And we are now live, running a BNSF intermodal, as well as a coal train being pulled by the big boy, which I got operational a couple weeks ago. Anyway, hopefully some people will join in soon enough. Until then, we'll just run some different trains. I'm also going to try to get a locomotive, I think, operating on this inner circuit. I was running this thing on there earlier, and it seemed to be performing half decent. I had to do some repairs on this engine, but not a bad runner for what it is. A whole bunch of people joining in. Welcome, everyone. Hello from New Mexico. Liam the Rail Fan, welcome. Hello from Florida. I'm from California. How's your day been? Oh, things are going fine. Someone here from the UK. Do you have a max 450s? I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you. EC Rail Line, happy birthday. How's the heat over here? Today was pretty cool. I'd say it was probably in the mid 60s. Guess how many miles I ran today? I'll just say 5. Hello from Ontario. Oh, there's some place not too far. Oops, looks like we had a short circuit. That was weird. Floridian Rail Fan, I think this is the earliest I've ever been on one of these live streams. What a coincidence, I happen to be cleaning a Bachmann F7 I bought used. Yeah, good timing. I always love working on projects while people are doing live streams. Whenever Mark from M&M Rails is doing his live stream, that's one of my favorite things to do. Just pull out some engine that's in need of some servicing and get down to work on it. I do a lot of the repairs in the live streams, but for just basic maintenance, it's usually what's going on behind the scenes. You're finally running 2 BNSF trains on the same consist. I love it. Can you put a Santa Fe -9 on with an SD 40-2? I might be able to do that. Can you run the TGV Sud-West? Yeah, I'll see if I can do that. What type of track gauge is your favorite? Well, it's a boring answer, but standard gauge. How are you doing? I did some rail fanning yesterday at Penn Central and Grand Central. That's fun. I've never been to Penn Central, but I have been to Grand Central Terminal, which is amazing. Walking through a cathedral. Looks like that just disconnected. I'll try to run something else, see if I can get a BNSF-9, or not a BNSF, but a Santa Fe -9 running. When is the Bachmann and Kato video gonna come out? I'm not sure yet, and I also don't know kind of how I want to do that, because I already have a track plan in mind. And I designed that months ago, then I ordered all the track, but then in between then, I did that video where I discovered that Bachmann had that track issue where the grade was too steep and trains were having trouble climbing that. And since I designed the layout around having those pillars, I'm not sure if it's actually gonna work, so I'm going to try to build the Bachmann one first, and then I'm going to try to build the Kato variant. I think the Kato one is going to work better, though, just because the Kato switches are a little bit more compact, which meant that for the Kato version of the layout, I actually had more room to work with. So it's going to be interesting. I haven't built a layout using roadbed track before, so it's going to be kind of a new thing for me. But the goal with that was basically to try to build something that would be easier for beginners to put together, because I find every time I do a layout build series, I always get somebody who's like, I hardly know anything about model trains. I saw your layout build. I really want to build that. And I don't want to discourage anybody, but, you know, I've run into problems building those layouts after 15 years in the hobby. So I feel like for a beginner, that would be intimidating. Whereas if it's something that you can build with roadbed track, all you need to do is kind of order the grocery list of track and put it all together. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, but there'll be some trial and error. Hopefully, if I get it working, we'll find out which is better. Almost everybody's told me that the Kato track is going to be better than the Bachmann track. And just from a reputation standpoint, I think that that is probably going to turn out to be true. But there are two things that the Bachmann track have working in its advantage. The first one is that it's code 100, whereas Kato Unitrack is code 83. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, for running different pieces of equipment, how it performs with older stock. The other thing that I like about the Bachmann track is that the layout I designed is meant to be combined. Like, you have like a build set plus 2 starter sets, so you can actually use track you have out of a starter set to put it together. And technically you could do the same thing with Kato track. The only thing is that the Kato starter sets are really expensive, at least in terms of HO scale, whereas Bachmann actually has some pretty budget-friendly sets. So yeah, it's gonna be cool to see. Dash 9's not starting. If you've laid your track perfectly, code 83 is fine. It's not so much about fit that I'm concerned. It's more about older equipment. Because if you have really old stuff with pizza cutter flanges, like, you know, Rivarossi stuff, like my grandmother's Hiawatha might not work on code 83. Or it might work on like a straight piece of code 83, but then you go into a switch and there's less clearance there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be fine. I hope it is, but I could see code 83 being a problem with certain equipment, which, you know, if you're only into buying like scale trains and modern brands, that's not going to give you trouble. But, you know, there's a lot of modelers out there like me who also like collecting the older stuff. And if your layout can't operate that equipment, that's a pretty big problem in my opinion. I have a Rivarossi ONRT train. It works fine on code 83. Well, I'll have to see, because Rivarossi did have quite a few different eras. But even code 100 track can have problems, like almost all the switches on my layout are by Pico, and the reason for that is because they're compatible with 00 stock, which means I can actually run British equipment on this layout, and my Atlas switches, some of the newer 00 stuff would work with the Atlas switches, but a lot of the older stuff, it would get caught on the frogs, whereas the Pico switches are actually based on a 00 switch. They're HO00. So even really old Hornby trying stuff usually works with this, which is pretty cool. I think we need to give this unit a little bit more voltage. I don't know if the wheels just need cleaning, because this was running fine the last time I had it out. Which pancake style is better, Bachmann or Lifelike? I prefer Lifelike. It's just a little bit more simple, and you also don't have the gear splitting issue. The only problem I've ever had with the Lifelike drives is that because the wheels are plastic, if you accidentally drop the locomotive and you break the flanges, it will derail, whereas it's kind of harder to do that on a Bachmann. But otherwise, Lifelike all the way. If this thing shuts down again, I think I'll swap it out for something else. And there's our cue. I find that Pico and Atlas Code 83 to not be super compatible, as the web of the rail is not the same. You have to squash the rail joiners to get them to join together. My advice, stick with one brand. I can't say I've had that problem myself, but again, I'm also working with Code 100, so maybe the joiners are a bit different. Anyway, I think somebody wanted me to run a SD40-2. I think I fixed one up recently. I'll see if I can locate that. Let's put that Canadian Pacific on there for now. My worst mistake when repairing a locomotive, buying directly from Bachmann and paying a premium because I didn't know any better. I didn't know that their prices were worse. I find that funny when manufacturers are charging like the same MSRP. Like, I don't know if it's just because they want to give their dealers an advantage, but you would think buying directly from the manufacturer would be like the cheapest way to get something. Do you have any Fleshman locomotives? I think I do. I actually just fixed up a whole German train recently. I might try to run that in a moment. Can you run the Coca-Cola Shikansen? I was wondering when somebody was going to ask for that. I'll probably do it a little later in the stream because I suspect some other people might want to see it. But yeah, we can definitely run that thing. The rivet counters are going to love it. Do you like Transformers? I didn't watch it a whole lot, to be honest. Harrison, do you have any AC HO scale locomotives? If so, are you planning on ever making a set? I have some older trying stuff, which is HOAC. I also have a couple of Markland pieces, but recently I managed to buy a really deluxe train set from Markland, which features a big boy and a super chief, and those are both AC locomotives. Plus, it looks like they actually come with some kind of a digital controller. The sets usually go for about $3,000. I managed to find one for $700 because somebody screwed it up, something fierce. So it's going to be a restoration project, but I'm really excited for it. Hey, SMT, first live stream in a while. I hope you're doing well. I sent a letter with pictures of a Milwaukee Road passenger car about 2 years ago, and I was wondering if you ever received it. Unfortunately, I think that must have got lost in the mail. Do you have any gondolas from Burlington Northern? I don't know. The digital controller that tends to come with Markland set is the mobile station, which works on both DC and AC. Huh. I'm curious to try that then. How's Nerfcat? I just saw him on a recent video. He's doing pretty well. I think he's still loving life. Doesn't do a whole lot these days. Kind of in the morning, he goes out on the porch. We bring him some food, and he kind of just chills outside all day. And then at night, he comes in and sleeps on the couch. So I think he's happy. I had to rescue him today, though, because we just had like a fluke rainstorm appear, and he was out on the porch, and so I ran out there and brought him in. What do you think about the Union Pacific Norfolk Southern merger? I don't have too many thoughts on that, but I'm amazed in the last few years how many mergers there's been between that and the Kansas City Canadian Pacific Railroad. I feel like if we keep going at this rate, eventually we're gonna only have like one Class 1 railroad. I don't know how long the name is gonna be, but yeah, I'm surprised that they actually let that go through. I own a Markland Trix Big Boy, and it's amazing. It pulls like a tank. I bought it for 350 bucks as an analog model, and I digitalized it with sound. Go back to the Seashore Trolley Museum. There is going to be more seashore content. The video is not out, but in June I went back there and I actually filmed a full-length video. Because the guy who is actually in charge of the whole model railroading club slash museum attraction there, he sent me an email back in February of this year, and he was saying next time you come back here, you know, let me know and I'll give you a full tour of the layout. And he did that, and it was great. Are you ever planning on going to Europe? Yeah, I don't have any plans in the near future, but I'm kind of curious about visiting England and also visiting Germany. Just because my grandmother on my mom's side was from Worthing, England, and my grandmother on my dad's side was from Hanover. So it'd be kind of cool to revisit some of the family's roots. Golden Eagle tonight. Yeah, maybe we can get one of those going. Let me see if I can find one. France, I've already been to France. That was actually the first place in Europe I ever went. Got to go on the TGV. Are you ever planning on going to Michigan? I've already been there, but I would like to go back at some point. My dad was born in Ann Arbor, so every so often we make a trip back up there to revisit the old stomping grounds. Thank you for making the GS4 axle repair video. I just fixed one, and it runs great now. It does have a cam motor, not a pancake part. The body is not the same as yours. Okay, well, that's lucky. I was going to say, I think anybody who opens a Bachmann GS4 is brave, because those things are a nightmare to work on. But yeah, the second generation models, they do have problems, but they're definitely a lot better because of the can motor design. So I'm glad to hear that it worked out. Is there any train show slash train store videos on the back burner? They're my favorite kind, especially when they come with a haul. Gee, let me see if I can go through the list. We've got the Prescott train show, which I'm working on at the moment. I'm going to try to get that out this week. So we got the Prescott train show. We got the Expo Rail Museum plus train show. We got Intertrainment Junction. The Seashore Trolley Museum, which I mentioned earlier. I think I did another trip to Messina, so that's 5. I feel like I'm still missing some. I did another Larkspur. There's 2 Larkspur tours, which are still in the works. Just trying to think if there's anything else on top of that. That's what comes to mind. So yeah, there's plenty of content. Any more O-scale videos on the horizon? Absolutely. I actually bought a O-scale engine off eBay to restore, so it's definitely going to be some more O-scale stuff, and even some G-scale content too. Aren't you in Quebec? Yeah, I'm in Quebec. Have you dealt with loco tender connectors? I just had one break on my Athearn Genesis big boy. Do you have any tips for getting it repaired? Sometimes you can push the metal pin out with something small and then actually solder the wire back onto it. That's a bit of a tricky procedure. It's not the best solution, but one thing I have done a couple times is actually just bypass the connector and just solder right to the board. That's a little bit more of a in-depth repair, but the benefit there is you're removing the connector, which is kind of a point of failure. When I get asked about hobbies, I say model trains and they think I am weird because they think I'm into Thomas and Friends. I mean, I feel like everybody who's into model railroading has probably experienced that. That was usually what would happen, like, at work. A lot of people would be like, I don't know. I told somebody, like, I ran a YouTube channel, and they're like, well, what's it about? And I'm like, model trains. And they're like, what's that? Like, you know, miniature trains. And they're like the Thomas wooden stuff? I'd be like, oh, they're a little more complicated. But, I don't know. I feel like it's such a niche hobby that there's a lot of people that don't quite understand it. I find it's way better for people, like, if you say you're into model railroading, if they can actually see the layout, it all starts to make sense. Because there have been a lot of people that I've told in you know, I'm into like model railroading, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, and then they visit here for the first time and they actually see the layout, and when they do, it goes from being a kind of like meh reaction to like, wow, this is pretty cool. How many British trains do you own? I want to say about 30 at this point. Do you let viewers send stuff in to repair? I'd pay to have an expert like you do it. I used to do repairs with mail, but unfortunately that led to a lot of different problems where, you know, there was stuff getting sent in and then people were not reclaiming it. Like there were models sent in for repair in 2020, which I repaired, and I did a video about the repair, and I cannot find the person who sent the locomotive in. So I'm sitting on probably about 10 different locomotives at the moment, which don't belong to me. I can't throw them out because they belong to someone else, and I'm concerned that if I give them away, then whoever had them before is going to come knocking and say I don't know, there was something nefarious going along, like I was selling them. Man, there was stuff getting caught in the mail and stuff. So anyway, long story short, I don't do repairs that involve shipping anymore. But if anybody needs advice on repairs, send me an email or send me a message on Instagram, because I'm more than happy to help people, like, kind of figure out problems. Sometimes the issues are not that tricky. And the other thing is that, you know, if you're working with older locomotives, in my opinion, if you want to have older locomotives, either you have to learn how to repair them yourself, or you need to know somebody who's willing to work on them, just because they break down all the time. SMT, is your layout wireless? Is the proto throttle wireless? Yes and yes, they're both wireless. The DCS51 has a Wi-Fi module, which I added to it. So I can actually connect my phone and run trains that way, but the proto throttle also connects to the same Wi-Fi module, so there's definitely some different ways I can control this whole thing. Can we send photos if we need help? Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. Like, somebody will be having a problem reattaching a truck, and they'll send a picture, and I'll be like, okay, that's backwards. Forest Fair Mall is no longer... Yeah, I'm really sad about that. I was really hoping that they were going to fail to demolish it, but they're pulling all the lights out of it, and they're going to, I think, start demolishing it next week or something like that. So it's too bad, but you know, it is what it is. I guess appreciate it for what it was. I had some good memories going there with my dad playing at the arcade, even when it was mostly dead there, but it was a cool place. it started. Well, from my understanding, they need to pull all the light fixtures out, so they can't actually take a wrecking ball to it, but they can start to remove fixtures. Some environmental thing. I don't know how it works. Asbestos. I don't think that building would have asbestos. It was built in '89, so probably not. It's probably mercury bulbs. It's because the mall has fluorescent light, probably is mercury. Okay, it is mercury. Will you fix that first locomotive you bought with your own money soon? I don't know which one that is. The Amtrak engine, is that broken? Oh, that was weird. Did you hear that the Illinois Railway Museum recently got some new engines? I was not aware of that. I think I screwed something up with the controller because the controller's being completely unresponsive right now. I'll probably just switch it over to DC. Fix a small derailment here. I went to a vintage police car show a few days ago and I saw a lot of nice Malaise era Ford sedans, and I also got a sunburn. Okay, good. The train's responding again. There we go. What's the best method to reduce derailments when laying track? I would say, I mean, starting with the base of the track is very important. Like, make sure you have a really even table. Make sure you're working with decent wood, because if you have wood that has a lot of moisture in it, it might be okay for a while, but then eventually when it dries, the wood warps and then your table's crooked. So that's already a bad start. And then laying out the cork evenly is also important. Make sure you sand away any imperfections, and then nail all the track down. And I'd recommend gluing the ballast. The second you put the ballast down, glue it, because first of all, if a train derails and you have loose ballast, that can end up in your locomotive. But the other problem I've found is that over time, if there's loose ballast, it can actually vibrate its way under your ties. And very slowly, your track will actually lift up and then it won't go back into place and you have to start all over. So that's a few different things which I find help reduce track problems. How do you feel about foam roadbed? I'm gonna lay down some Walther's foam roadbed hopefully next weekend. Excited to try it out for fun. I don't want to rain on your parade there, but honestly, I really don't like foam roadbed. A lot of people say it reduces noise better, which I agree with. The only problem is that once you ballast it, you're adding something solid on top of the foam, so the noise dampening properties are kind of voided. And then the other problem I've had with it is that it flexes, which means that your joiners are being put under more pressure. So I've had more joiner issues with foam roadbed, and really heavy locomotives will actually derail because sometimes when they're going into a corner, there's a little bit of tilt and it can cause a wheel just to jump the rail. So I know some people that like it, but personally, I got rid of all of it off my layout and I haven't looked back. What are foam roadbeds? Well, there are two types of roadbed. You've got cork roadbed, which is cork, and then you got foam roadbed, which is made of a very squishy type of foam. I wish I had some to show, but I got rid of it all. Have you bought any trains or rolling stock from Temu? I don't think I have. I've bought stuff from AliExpress and Alibaba. The service is okay. But yeah, I don't think I've bought anything off Temu. Usually when I'm buying dodgy stuff from China, I just order it off eBay. Why is the well car empty? I can't find the intermodal car or the intermodals that went with it. They're both running coal trains, both having problems. Got any streamliners you can run? You can try to run the Amtrak cars. Do you have the 1950s Marks streamline set? Because I have it in as number 400. I don't think I do. I used to have a couple of Marks streamlined locomotives, but I ended up giving them away. What DC controller do you recommend? Probably an MRC Tech 2 if you're looking for something on a budget, but if you're willing to go all out, get a 9500 series. It's the controller I've been using on this layout for years, and it's been solid. I love it. It's lucky that people think I'm a freak for liking planes. I'm sure they would say the same about my layout. Well, I don't know. I feel like the layout's better representation of the hobby than describing it to someone who doesn't know anything about model railroading. BNSF 4400s, yeah. Smooth as silk. I use an MRC, I think it's a 1360, maybe a 1300. That's probably the most common DC controller out there. Decent units in my experience. I did burn a couple of them out back in the day, but they never gave me any trouble. The only reason I don't necessarily recommend them is because with some modern DC locomotives, they are being accused of frying circuit boards. I ran my Rapido engines on one for years and that never happened, but Rapido claims that you'll void your warranty if you use one of those controllers with their products, and so does Proto. But honestly, for running older DC engines, I really wouldn't worry about it. What are your thoughts on an MRC 550 voltmeter amp meter? I'm looking at getting one. To tell you the truth, I didn't know MRC actually sold a volt amp meter separate from their controllers, but considering the volt amp meter that's built into my controller, you know, considering how reliable that's been, I feel like it would be a good product. What's with the old train bridge that doesn't run? This was actually the main line for the layout at one point. If you watch really old videos of mine, this layout used to be about a foot shorter, which meant that I had 18 radius curves right here. So what used to happen was the line came around here. It was a single track. It would cross here, and then it would actually stretch over onto this section of track. Eventually, I started upgrading my entire layout to 22 radius curves to accommodate larger locomotives and rolling stock, which meant that I actually had to extend this side of the layout out about a foot. And when that happened, it made this bridge essentially obsolete. So I was about to scrap it, but I think it was my dad actually who was like, I don't know, it looks kind of cool as an abandoned scene. So I decided to kind of play into that, and I put some older stock on it and painted it all up to look kind of worn out. And I think it's kind of cool. And I also think that it's cool that this actually was a working train bridge, which is now a decoration of an abandoned train bridge, which is actually abandoned. Is an Athearn DC controller okay for a beginner? I think so. I only used one for a brief period when I was building that layout a couple months ago, but it seemed like a pretty solid unit. I think it was a 1 amp or 1.5 amp controller, which is not too bad. Do you have the Hogwarts Express? I have the Locomotive, but somebody tried to weather it. It looks awful. It's going to be a restoration project. Do you work on inboard or outboard motors? I've only worked on outboards. Worked on quite a few different outboards, mostly old Evinrude and Johnson two-strokes, but I've also worked on some Mercury Mariner engines and most recently a Yamaha. How do you get modern coupling onto older locomotives? There's a lot of different kits you can buy from KD to mount a coupling box on an older locomotive. Sometimes you can actually just glue a coupler in place. I've done that on a few of them for cheaper engines. But yeah, it really depends on the specific brand, honestly. To be honest, I love lifelike tea kettles, even if they have problems with their gears. I do too. I think they're fun locomotives. And I've had some people get offended because, you know, I've like referred to like the Bachmann first gens as being like the worst drive invented. And like when I say that, I'm not hating on them as like a type of locomotive. Like I wouldn't work on that stuff if I didn't have fun doing it. You know, I do enjoy these locomotives. It's just purely from a reliability standpoint, I'm saying they're the worst. And the same goes for the tea kettles. Like it's a bad drive. Does that mean that they're horrible locomotives just to mess around with? No, they're lots of fun. What controller do you use on your layout? For DC power, I have an MRC 9500 series, and for DCC, I've got a Digitrax DCS 51. Your abandoned bridge that used to be a line gave me some ideas a few months ago to leave some track I was removing and do the same thing. It makes a great eye catcher. That's great to hear. What Amtrak engines do you have? I've got a P42. I'll try to run one. Get those streamlined cars out on the main line here. Just got to get the intermodals out of the way first. Let's get those two diesels off the line here and we should be good to go. It's really weird. The roof of one of the scale trains units is kind of hot. Like this one's pretty cool, but this one over here, like it's not burning hot, but that's weird. I was hoping I could find my heat gun, that way we could actually check to see if like kind of what the difference between the two models is, but this was having some lighting issues earlier as well. I hope it doesn't have some sort of a problem. A Canadian that understands the importance of Waffle House. Yeah, it's great. They're all over the place in Florida. Opinions on Washington District Railfan. I like that channel. It's kind of cool. He's running his own kind of makeshift train store out of a antique shop. I think recently he did a video where he actually had like this layout he built for the youngins out there. I think it's cool. Do you have any Sioux Line locomotives? Yeah, I've got a couple of them. You're not the only one having a hot motor on your scale train's locomotive. My SPAC 4400 also has that too, but it's getting fixed up. Well, I hope it's not too hard to fix if that's the case, because I mean, I probably paid about, I don't know, $300 for that engine, and I haven't put a crazy amount of hours on it. I'm fine paying good money for a locomotive, but I expect it to be very reliable, at least for 10 to 15 years. After that point, I feel like, yeah, it's getting up in its years and there's going to be little problems. But for an engine that's only like a year old, if it already has decoder problems, that would be pretty disappointing. I think part of the problem with a lot of modern engines is that To try to make them more efficient, they've made the commutators a lot smaller, and provided there isn't any wear on the commutator, like there's no deficiency, that's fine. But I think the problem is that if there's the slightest imperfection, that if there was one on an Athearn, it wouldn't have that same effect. On a modern motor, if it has a slight imperfection and a little bit of carbons there, it instantly fouls the whole motor, and then that causes high current draw, which then destroys the decoder. I've seen that on a couple modern engines, and that's just something that doesn't happen as often on the older Athearns. Do you know about Rails of Highland Valley? I've never seen it before. What was your first train set? I think it was called the Rail Charger. It was a lifelike set. It featured a Canadian National diesel and probably about 6 cars. I was really lucky that Christmas, though, because I got that train set from my parents, and then my grandparents got me a Bachmann 260 steam engine, and my grandparents on the other side of the family got me a F40. Yeah, they got me a VIA F40 PH. So I had 3 engines, plus one of my dad's old lifelike engines. That was such a fun Christmas. I remember we set everything up. I probably spent about 2 hours just running everything, and then I remembered that we had one of my dad's old locomotives here, and he took out the rubbing alcohol, cleaned the wheels, and, you know, it slowly came back to life, and he was really impressed because at the time that was about a 35-year-old locomotive, and he wasn't sure if it would still work, and yeah, it was great. Welcome, David. What's the oldest locomotive in your collection, and what's its story? I potentially have some engines which are older, but I don't know for a fact, whereas this thing I actually have an idea of when it was from. And this is my grandmother's Riverossi Hiawatha. She got it for Christmas with a whole bunch of other engines. It was like a kind of a gift to the family. Her dad went out one night and just bought like an entire train set, and the next morning they woke up and he had set it all up for Christmas Day and ran it for years, and then eventually it all got put into storage, and her dad ended up moving to Australia, which is a very humid environment from what I understand, and the humidity completely destroyed the chassis on this locomotive. And then in around 1988, her father passed away, so she went out to Australia to deal with the estate, and that's where she found this locomotive as well as a bunch of other old locomotives. And then they got even more damaged because there was this woman who threw the bag when she was bringing this stuff to Canada down a chute, and it got busted up. But this engine is actually the one that led to the creation of this channel, and thanks to the funding from this channel, this engine has now received a restoration and is operational again. So yeah, long story short, or maybe long story long in that case, but yeah, the entire history of an engine. It's kind of cool knowing the history of this thing, because, you know, I collect all these other locomotives from train shows and stuff, and, you know, I can kind of imagine what the history might have been just based on how it was put together, but I don't actually know the story behind it. So it's amazing to hear about something like this, where it traveled from, it was made in Italy, went to Worthing, England, from Worthing, England to Australia, from Australia to Vancouver, from Vancouver to Ottawa, traveled all around the world, got broken and got repaired. Quite the story. What's the worst locomotive that you own? I have a pretty wicked old lifelike locomotive. We'll have it pull the coal train. I think it's strong enough. Let's try to find this thing first here. What's your favorite state in the US to visit? I mean, there's a lot of them for different reasons, but for me personally, it would probably be Maine, just because I've spent a lot of my life in Maine. My mom's side of the family has been going there since the 70s. And so when I was born, she started taking me there, and then later my sister, and in around 2007, we actually got a cottage in Maine, and so after that, we were spending, you know, months of every summer down there. So I've got a lot of memories there. There's a lot of different states I'd like to go back to, and there's definitely a lot that I would like to visit, because there's tons of places I haven't been yet. Have you ever been to California? I went to LA once. My uncles both live in California, so I actually have family there. It was pretty cool. They actually, when they were in LA, they lived in a, I think it was called the Santa Fe Lofts, and it was an old office that the Santa Fe used to own that had been converted into an apartment. And so I thought it was pretty cool, because they hadn't told me that the first time I visited there, so I wasn't expecting to be like sleeping in an old railroad office. Of course, it didn't look anything like a railroad office, but it was still kind of cool. There were still fixtures from the Santa Fe there, like signage throughout the building. Are modern Bachmann locomotives reliable and worth their money? They're definitely a lot more reliable than their older counterparts. Are they the most reliable on the market? Probably not. Especially their diesels, I don't think are going to give you any major trouble. But to be quite frank, I don't think that they're worth the money. I find that the prices are kind of on par with a lot of other manufacturers, and again, I don't think the quality is quite there. Hi Harrison, do you know Dave from Scott Rails? I haven't met him in person, but I know about his channel. I've watched some of his videos. Bachmann steam locomotives are not good. Yeah, the main problem I have with modern Bachmann steam locomotives is the connectors between the tender and locomotive. The other big problem I've had with them is they just don't really like to stay on the track that well. Like my old Mahanos, no problem. Even that brass engine, the brass GS4, it goes through these corners usually without any problems. I try to run my Bachmann Daylight through the layout, and it's hit or miss. Some days, I guess when the track is a little bit more settled due to the temperature, it's okay, but there are other days where it derails on every turn. So I just don't think that they really spent as much time developing the balance and the drive as well. Even their first generation engines, which have a horrible reputation for reliability, are better at staying on the track. All right, let's see if the lifelike has what it takes here. Oh, might be too much. Thank you so much for the super chat, Railfan 1995. How can I give locomotives to you? Thank you so much for the offer. That's very generous. The P.O. box is currently closed at the moment. Just trying to kind of figure out what the next phase for a lot of things that people send me, because I'm hugely complimented that, you know, people want to send me all sorts of different locomotives and stuff. It's very thoughtful, and it really does mean a lot to me. But the only thing is that, you know, space is of the essence here, and unlike the engines I buy off eBay and stuff, you know, it's not like I can kind of, I don't feel as comfortable just sort of deciding what happens if there's something that I want to kind of send away. So yeah, for the time being, I've just closed the P.O. box. I think we need to take a few cars off this. How many Tyco locomotives do you have? Probably 30. Trackside Mike, welcome. Why not donate to some model railroad clubs? Yeah, that's a good idea. And I don't know. It'd be nice if there was some sort of an exchange, like if there was a way that, I don't know, the problem is people would want to exploit this, at least some of them would, but it'd be cool if there was like a model train exchange where people could kind of donate items, and then people who are on a really tight budget or want to get into the hobby but can't afford it could kind of take some. Almost like a food bank of model trains. I feel like that'd be a cool thing. The only problem is, you know, how do you verify somebody actually, like, you know, is desperate for something compared to another person? That's the only issue, because, I don't know. Most people in the hobby are good, honest people, but there are some swindlers out there who come up with elaborate schemes to, you know, exploit the system. So there would be one idiot out there who would, you know, just take stuff and sell it or something. I heard a crazy story once about Rapido, because Rapido has a really good parts department. Like, sometimes they charge you, but I find a lot of the time if you have a problem, you know, they'll just ship you a part. And they were doing that for me even before I had the YouTube channel, so it's not just like a special treatment thing. But I heard this crazy story about this guy. He was making all these warranty claims on his locomotives and getting all these free parts from Rapido, and then he was listing them on eBay. Eventually somebody at the company caught wind and they banned him. They're not going to send him any more parts, but it's unfortunate. Some people out there like to do that stuff. Now we're really cooking. Despite this thing being a junker, I love it. It just goes. You have a Broadway Limited locomotive. I've got a couple of them. Do you use lavender diffusers because you're always calm? It's funny you say that, because there are a lot of people in my family who are big believers in lavender, but no, there's no lavender down there. It might sound weird, but I actually find the smell of the basement a very calming smell, just because when I'm down here, I'm usually relaxing. And so every time I walk down here, I don't know, the smell basements have is like Zen thing. The older locomotive is loud. There's a bug on the floor. Yeah, well, the basement does have a bit of a spider problem. The other day I found this massive wolf spider. It's like this big. When's the Kato Unitrack video gonna drop? Probably within the next couple months. I'm hoping to get the budget layout series done before then, but sourcing scrap wood, for some reason at this time of the year, is harder than it was in the beginning of the year. I don't know if that's just because people were doing more spring cleaning then, but that's the only thing that has been giving me issues. Lavender is a nice calming scent, and mice hate it. Yeah. Do you have any intermodal cars? If so, can you stack 3 of them? I wish I could, but these intermodal cars, like the containers themselves, are one piece. I feel like with the way railroads are going, though, that's probably going to be the future. We're going to have triple stacks. I get model train items to repair and then resell them. I've done that with some of the like mega eBay lots. You know, just get these like generic locomotives that I already have, and either I give them away or I sell them to my local hobby shop. I don't really turn a profit on I find the eBay lots, because eBay is overpriced, and then, you know, even though I fixed the locomotives, like I fixed something like this up, right? And you go from having an engine, which in my opinion, in non-working order is worth about $5, and then you increase that to like 15. But then the hobby store wants to make its cut, so then it's back down to 10 and sometimes back to 5 and stuff. So if I was willing to relist these things on eBay, they probably would be worth a little more, but yeah, I don't know. What about the tunnels? The triple stacks would hit them. Well, if I just ran them on the loop, it would be fine, but yeah, I don't think I could take it through the other side of the layout. Have you ever seen the G-scale types? Like G-scale locomotives, or the type of people that are into them? Do you have any N-scale trains? I do. I don't know if this is gonna start. I don't know if it's plugged in. I'll try to see if I can get this thing working. Gotta love Kato. Doesn't stutter. I'm into G-scale due to my limited visibility. I've heard that's why some people like it. The other thing that I know a lot of people like G-scale for is the fact that you can, a lot of the stuff is waterproof, so you can actually run it outside. So if you're into gardening and you want to combine your model railroading hobby with your gardening hobby, it's one way to do it. Can you show us the other side of the layout in the shopping plaza? If you're talking about the mall project, I haven't started that yet, but I do have the Hershey factory over here. Kato trains are expensive, but they are worth the price. Yeah, I tend to agree. And for anybody who doesn't know anything about this factory, this was basically Hershey's very first factory outside of their home state of Pennsylvania. So in the 60s, by the time the 60s rolled around, Hershey's was really well established in the US, but they wanted to venture into Canada because they knew that their sales at border towns, like per population capita were higher, so they knew Canadians were buying the product, so they decided to open a Canadian facility, which was a really bold move because other than the data about the border towns, they didn't know very much about the Canadian market, but they kind of just jumped in with both feet and built this factory. And they had some problems in the beginning, but it actually turned out to be quite a success, and this was the inspiration for their third factory, which was in Oakdale, California. And then I think they built some other plants, but yeah, the Oakdale factory is very similar to this in terms of shape. Can we get a house tour? Probably not, to be honest. I picked up an unopened Canadian, or President's Choice 210-2 Canadian National from the OVR estate. Do you have a 210-2? I've got two of them, actually. They're terrific locomotives. Very reliable for their size. Do you have a Canadian Pacific Selkirk? I have one, but I haven't taken it out of the box yet. I'll see if I can run the 210-2 on the inside circuit. Why do you buy from eBay? It's mostly an availability thing. I mean, I buy tons of stuff from train stores and train shows, and you know, I buy trains wherever they sell them, but the nice thing about eBay is that if you're looking for something really specific, you have a pretty good chance of finding it. The estate sale was $60 for the set. That's a heck of a deal. I've seen those things go for, I think about $200 on eBay. It was a start the car moment for 60. Yeah, for sure, I can see why. You run an 040 on the inside layout. Yeah. Here's one for the NS Union Pacific merger. I have a feeling this thing is gonna derail. Yep. Okay, not so good. I'm really interested to see what the Selkirk looks like. Can you show it off? Oh, it's still in the box. I haven't opened it. I think it's die cast. I bought it about a year ago. I want to do a video on actually opening that thing up. I don't know if... I can't remember if it's supposed to be in working order or not. It might be custom. I meant the American standard for 40. American standard for 40. Like the American steam locomotive? I don't know if this will work, but I'll try it. I feel like it might be a little too sharp in the corners for it. That'd be pretty cool. Is it a Selkirk? Yeah, it's a painted locomotive. Okay, let's see if that will actually handle the layout. So far it's doing it. It's got some electrical issues though. I'm just curious to see is whether or not this thing can actually go through this corner right here, because this one's a little bit sharper. Apparently so. I just cleaned the track on this line today, so it's definitely all with the engine. Hopefully just running it around will get it to work out the kinks. I think we're making progress. Maybe I spoke too soon. I should stop saying something's working well, because I swear I could have like the best, most reliable engine on the planet, and I could say, hey, this thing's running pretty well, and then something will go terribly wrong with it. Watch enough of my repair videos, somebody could probably put together a compilation of like when I fix something and I say, I think we got it working, and then it's just like, eh. Is the Selkirk normal or streamlined? I think it's streamlined. It's very similar to the one that's at Expo Rail. That's actually why I bought it. I went to Expo Rail and I saw the Selkirk there. I really liked the way it looked, and so I was like, yeah, I think I want to own a model of one of those. It's not the same number as the one at Expo Rail, though. I'm pretty sure it's a sister locomotive, which is out in Alberta. I'll try running this in the opposite direction and see if maybe that will get it working. Guess it works better in this direction. To try to run the Golden Eagle. This is the one I converted to DCC, and if I recall, this was having some problems in a previous live stream, so what happens, happens, but I'm not expecting much from it. Yeah, SMT, I was just curious, what should I use for a snow layout for a short period of time? If you don't want to buy Woodland Scenics artificial snow, I think the best thing would probably be baking soda, but I wouldn't put it over your track. I don't think getting baking soda in your drive would be good. It would probably mess up the gears. Would you be able to run something BNSF? Yeah, sure. Could you run 777, 767, or 1206? Yes. I don't know if Norman Corey is still in here, but we'll run 1206. So the Golden Eagle, you know, it is moving, but not very well. It's actually doing train show speeds, which for a Tyco is really rare. I don't know if that's something I need to adjust in the CVs or if something has failed on it, but very odd. Sorry for kicking the camera here. Can you run an accurate unstoppable configuration? I think locating the cars to do that would take a really long time. Whenever I hear Golden Eagle attached to a vehicle, I usually think of the most haunted car in America, a 1964 Dodge sedan. It happens to reside in Maine. Huh. I feel like that's a reference to something that I'm not quite getting. A short idea would be trying to recreate Stanton Curve. It would be challenging, but it would be pretty cool. Trying to get the train to tilt on one side would be a real challenge, but there's got to be a way. It's kind of funny how I accidentally almost matched, from a speed standpoint, both of those. look up the story of the car. It's completely made up, but it's very interesting. Specifically, it's from Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up because every year when the family and me go to Maine to vacation, we usually go to Old Orchard, spend some time around the amusement park. So we're definitely familiar with the area. So it'd be cool to hear a story about that. One of the things I always love about Old Orchard is the Amtrak train pretty much runs right through the center of the town, as well as like the freight service. And there have been a couple times I've been up on the Ferris wheel and a train has gone through. And so being up at that vantage point, it's almost like looking at a real model railroad. Got sort of a bird's eye view of everything. It's pretty cool. I'm just gonna go quickly check on the dog. All right, he's good. Rough. How are you? Have you ever considered making dedicated catenary over the main line for electrical pantograph locomotives? Probably not on the main line because I think it might interfere with possibly some of my double stacks or something. I really don't know what the proper height would be. I have thought about it for the downtown though, for the streetcars. Have you ever taken a look at the Bachmann, Thomas and Friends range? I've seen their stuff for sale at hobby shops and things like that, but I have nothing against the show. I don't know, I'm not really into adding that kind of stuff to my collection. Hi Harrison, I'm a Canadian myself. I was wondering if you could run a GO train. I'll throw a GO engine on the front of the Amtrak. Do you have any Southern Pacific locomotives? If so, can you run it? Yeah. Pretty layout, thank you. I'll also get the BNSF running for whoever requested that earlier. The American seems to have really worked out all the electrical issues. It's running really well now. It's amazing how when these things sit for a while, like I bought that thing at a train show, it had probably been sitting for 15 years. And just running it around, you know, it cleans itself up. I like your last video. Thanks, that was a fun one. I love the different responses on that video. Like, there are some people who are like, oh, this thing is so cool, I love it, where can I get one? And then there are the other people that are like, what kind of sinner put this thing together? BNSF derailed over there. Hey Harrison, I'm pretty new to the hobby and I finally learned how to install DCC decoders on my engines from your videos. Thank you so very much. I love the videos. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I want to do more DCC videos. There's been a lot of people being like, how do you add DCC on an Athearn? And it's pretty much the same formula, but you know, for every brand, there's always a trick. Put a caboose at the end of the coal train. Yeah, I think I could do that. Are you building a new layout for Chloe? I don't think she wants a layout, but she did help build the last layout. If you look at some of the time-lapse footage, she was there painting. Hey Harrison, I have a lot of G-scale stuff in my tracks recently. Been going a little crappy. I've been trying a bunch of stuff and it hasn't been working. Any ideas? Well, I don't know if you're referring to a derailing issue or an electrical issue, but let's assume it's electrical. I mean, the first thing to tackle will be cleaning the tops of your rails with something slightly abrasive other than steel wool. So one thing you can do is get yourself a track bright. Use that to polish up the tops of your rails. You can also use the green Scotch Brights, the plastic ones. Maybe vacuum it after just to get the little fibers. If you could have problems with your rail joiners, in that case, you might have to replace them. But yeah, it really depends on what the issue is. If you want to send me an email, I can try to help you with that. How long have you worked on your layout? It was built in phases, so this first layout was from 2007, this one from 2012, this one from 2018, and this one most recently in 2020. Now, that doesn't mean that it takes 18 years to build a layout. You can build one in a much shorter time frame, but although this is the same layout I've always had, it's been rebuilt many times and renovated over the years, so it's not really a start to finish thing. It was kind of like one forward, two steps back, and so on and so forth. But I kind of like that in a way that it's evolved. Like a lot of people who get into the hobby, they build their first layout, they gain some experience, and then they scrap their first layout. They start all over because they have more experience and they can build a better layout. And the rationale behind that, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense. But renovating your layout is sort of cool because if you take pictures along the way, it's almost like when you look up old pictures of your town and you recognize some of the buildings and you can kind of see some things that look familiar, but it's different. For me, that is like this layout. Like when I look at old pictures of when I was using this thing as a kid, you can still make out a lot of familiar objects, but it looks completely different. It's like it's all kind of grown. How's the housing hunt going? It hasn't really changed. I check every day to see if any new properties have been listed, but the problem has kind of just remained the same. But I continue saving up, and so hopefully when or if that day comes, I'll just be able to snap something up. Have you ever played Open Rails? I think I have before. What's the size of your layout? The length of it is 16 feet. by just over 4 feet. I don't know what the dimensions of that whole side are. Did you ever see the show, referring to Thomas, as a kid? I did, yeah. I don't know which episodes I had, but I had some of them on VHS. I remember watching it on the VHS. It was the original series, because I guess at some point in the 2000s, I guess they made it an animated show. Whatever I was watching was the original show, which was using actual model trains, which I think is really cool. Must have taken a lot of time to film that. Yeah, I watched the show, and then I had the movie as well, which I can't remember the name of. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, that's it. I loved it. Didn't George Carlin and Ringo Starr narrate it? Ringo Starr definitely did narrate it. I think the George Carlin, I don't know where my words are going. I think the George version was a parody. I think it was legitimate, like I think it was approved, but I think that was supposed to be a joke, because I've seen some of those, and I don't know, the characters are like swearing at each other and stuff. I definitely don't remember that from when I was a kid. It'd be funny if somebody bought the wrong version. Just like sat their kid down in front of it and was like, okay, Timmy, enjoy Thomas. George Carlin comes on. That movie is weird, but it brings back so many memories. I haven't seen it for probably 15 years, but yeah, I remember it being very odd. I was terrified of Diesel 10 as a kid too. Ringo Starr was first Mr. Conductor, and George Carlin took over on the second or third season and was Mr. Conductor for the rest of the show. Oh. Harrison, have you ever heard of the YouTuber GWR Studios? He used to be a train YouTuber and was doing model train videos, goofs, and movie shows. He disappeared to make a new channel about cars. Yes, I was watching his channel when it was still active back in the day. I remember his videos about like the Polar Express and everything. He was making good content. I miss his videos. It's funny that he just abruptly ended the channel like that, like no notice or anything, just disappeared. And I don't know how somebody found out he was doing car videos, because from what I understand, he didn't tell anybody he was doing that. So I really don't know what the whole story there is, but yeah, was a great channel. That was when Thomas was part of Shining Time Station here in the States. Hey Harrison, my SD70 ACE rear truck has a problem. It derails on curves and it doesn't matter what radius. Any suggestions? Okay, yeah, let me show you. Now I don't know what brand you're working with, so this is just an example. This one right here is a Walthers. What I check with every single diesel locomotive I work with is to make sure that this can turn, because sometimes you have a problem, you know? So make sure your truck can move side to side like this. Sometimes your coupler pocket will block this, like if it's not adjusted correctly, it will block it right here. Or other times a wire will get caught and the truck will turn one way but not the other. So that's one thing to check. And then another important thing to check is to make sure that the truck can swivel just a little bit up and down like that. Because what can happen sometimes is the side frames, the plastic warps a little bit or it gets bent, and it actually starts to interfere right here. So make sure that your side frames are not touching the ladder or touching this, because these things need to be able to move up and down just a little bit, just to deal with small imperfections in the track. You can see like this front one is actually way better in how it can tilt. But yeah, just play around with it at different angles. Like you can see right here, this one's actually binding up. If I tilt it up like that, it's catching on the coupler pocket. This isn't enough probably to derail it, because under ordinary operating, that won't be a problem. But go through that, and I can almost guarantee you're gonna find your problem that way. You can also check the gauge of your wheels, because that's another thing that could be causing issues. Like if one truck has all of its wheels in perfect gauge and then one just has one wheel set out of alignment, that can also cause problems. But my guess would be that you got a problem with the truck swiveling. What time is it for you in Canada? On this side of the country, it's 10:17. Ottawa Model Rail fan, welcome. I started a YouTube channel last year. It's pretty small. I was wondering if you had any tips or tricks for getting bigger. Well, I think number one is the type of content that you're making. You know, make something that you sincerely have a care for, because I see some people, I feel like they're just trying to make a video for the sake of it going viral, and I feel like that is already kind of starting in the wrong spot. Like I would probably, you know, if you have something you like doing in model railroading or any hobby, make it about that. Keep making content about it, and as they say, build and the people will come. You know, it might take some time. I think the first 2 years of this channel's operation, it had 5 subscribers. And then I started actively uploading, and it went up to like 100 within the first 2 months or something. So be patient with it. It will go somewhere. I'm looking for locomotives, new and old. I was curious which brands work best. I'm a really big fan of the Athearn Blue Box engines. The older Kato engines are really good. Atlas engines of any era are really good. Those are the brands that come to mind, but I feel like I'm still missing some. River Rossies are okay. I find those can sometimes have some reliability issues. The AHM, IHC Mahano engines are decent. They're not as high quality as the Athearns, but they are pretty easy to find cheap, and in my experience, they're fairly reliable for what they are. Proto 2000. Proto 2000s are pretty good. Not as reliable as the Athearns, but they do have better detail. The only problem with the Proto 2000s is a lot of the older ones have split gears. Very easy to remedy. They sell replacements, but if you're a beginner, I don't know if it would be the best spot to start. Have you ever been to the biggest model train layout miniature Wonderland in Hamburg, Germany? It's incredible. I've been there 4 times. I would really love to visit there at some point. It's on my bucket list. I've seen a lot of videos of it before, but that's about as much as I know about it. Welcome to the live stream, James. I have a Kato P42 in HO scale. It fell off my layout one day, and I got it mostly fixed. The thing is, I need to get it fixed. There's the copper piece. The chat keeps moving up on the wheels. Like any sharp parts on the other end. So I think if I'm understanding this, you've got a bent contact. Sometimes you can bend them back into place, but I think in all likelihood, you're probably gonna have to replace it. Any suggestions for getting stripped screws out? Sometimes if you can apply pressure to the side of the object, so if you have like a motor casing and the screw's stuck, if you just apply a bit of pressure with your thumb and very gently try to back the screw out, sometimes that pressure can get the threads to lock in. Another trick is if you can get anything under the head of the screw, like if you can get a flathead slightly under the head of the screw and then turn with another screwdriver, sometimes you can get a screw to back out. That's what comes to mind, at least if I'm assuming you're working with plastic. Sometimes you can take needle nose pliers and just grab the end of the screw and back it out that way. Hey SMT, I'm getting started on my first layout and I was wondering if you have any advice for a beginner on stuff you would or wouldn't do. Okay, I mean, it's tricky to cover every single mistake a beginner could make, but one that I think is not discussed often enough. Let me just get my charger here. I don't want my phone to kick out on me here. Yeah, one thing that I think doesn't get discussed often enough in terms of a mistake beginners make is not doing anything at all. And what I mean by that is planning is good. I would highly recommend getting some inspiration before you buy anything. Just try to get an idea of maybe what you want and then make a list of all the things you want and then deduct off that list based off of, you know, your budget and how much space you have. But I think something that's so important in the hobby is willing to make mistakes along the way, because there's a lot of people and they go out and they buy their materials, they're ready to go, but they're too worried that they're going to make a mistake setting up their layout for the first time, and so they don't do anything and the materials just sit for months and sometimes years and nothing happens. So you know, a bit of planning can go a long way, but my advice is you have to have a point where you're willing just to kind of jump in and say, okay, if I screw something up, I screw it up. Live and learn, and I'll build something better the next time. Because nobody you know runs before they can walk. I think it's time to get the Shikansen. I'm sorry for spamming. I understand why asking for a house tour is creepy. I'm just curious because we only see the basement. Oh, I didn't interpret it as being creepy. It's just that it's not, you know, it's my parents' house. I just don't want to be kind of doing all these videos upstairs and stuff and kind of invading everyone's privacy. I think it's time to run this thing. See if it will haul the coal train. My mistake was getting a 4-car set, 1 diesel and 3 cars that only go around in circles. Well, that's something I'm hoping to kind of address in the beginner layout series, is kind of building a really simple layout off the bat. I have nothing against starter sets. Starter sets are a great way to get started in the hobby, as the name would suggest. The only thing about them is that, I agree, they get boring very quick. Like just watching stuff go around in circles. I mean, I sound like a hypocrite because that's what this layout is doing. But if that's all you can do, you have nothing else to work on, there's no scenery to work on, I feel like it gets dull. Whereas even if you have one switch and a straight piece of track, that is enough to add quite a bit of entertainment value to a train set, in my opinion. because you can do other things. At least you can put some cars to the side and sort them or whatever. Yeah, try to get away from just having a circle as quick as possible. To be honest, I really wonder how many youngsters leave the hobby because of a circle of track, because in my case I was very lucky. I got my loop of track. That was my first train set. And like I said earlier, I started off with 3 different locomotives, so I had some stuff to mess around with, even though it was just like a loop of track. But another thing that worked to my advantage is that my birthday is in April. So, you know, it's like Christmas comes around at the very end of December, January, February, March, April, and by the 4th month, I had asked for a layout. So I had the 3 engines to keep me entertained in that time, and then all of a sudden I had a layout. But I sort of wonder what would have happened if, like, for that Christmas, let's say I just gotten the 1 locomotive with the circle of track and then didn't go straight to having a layout a few months later, if I would have lost interest in the hobby. I don't know. I'm getting a wooden Canadian Pacific AC44 AC. Huh. To have a look at what that is later. What's your favorite track? Mine is Kato track. I use Atlas snap track mixed with Pico switches. Everything is code 100 nickel silver. Where are the Nerf pets? They're both upstairs. I could probably call Mavi Dog down here. Let me see. Mavi Dog. Everyone wants to see you, dog. Ruff, 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 ruff. Oh, yeah. Who's a sleepy pup? It's this funny thing he does whenever he wants attention. He starts to show his teeth. He kind of turns his head sideways and does like an Elvis. He lifts his lip. I think Mavi Dog deserves a Mavi Dog treat. The trick, he might bark when I do this, but let's see. Hey, Mav, whisper. Whisper? Whisper? Yeah. Move over to the foam floor so I don't hurt his back doing this, but hey, Mav. Roll. Roll. Here, let's move this. Mav, roll over. Mav, roll. No. Mav, roll. No. Roll. Roll over. Mav, roll over. Mav, roll. Yeah, he's not doing it. Mav, roll over. Mav, roll. Yeah, Mavy dog. Yeah, let's try something else. Paw? Yeah. That's a good Mavy dog. Australian Shepherd, yeah. Read your super chat. Oh. So let me see here. David Michelle, thank you for the super chat. Today's my birthday in South Carolina. Well, happy birthday. He's like, cut the crap, give me this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a good dog. Whoops. What kind of tomfoolery happened over here? I'm still trying to process that we're only a few days away from September. Yeah, you and me both. Summer goes by way too fast. I can't say I'm really too jazzed about getting into the colder temperatures. Fall is nice, but yeah, mid-November, Sounds like we got some derailments here. Hopefully that doesn't roll off the layout. Okay, sure. But Christmas time. I'm glad that Christmas is in the middle of winter. I don't know what we would all be doing without it. Just put a pool up in July. We didn't get to use it too long. Well, at least you got something to look forward to for next summer. I love harsh winters for some reason. I wish I could develop that kind of love for winter. I do get it though, like when a snowstorm comes, it's almost so miserable, it's cool, like it's just going crazy out there. It fits the mood. I think what I really need to do is I need to find a place with a field and buy a snowmobile. I bet I'll love winter if I had a snowmobile. So the problem I have is like, I only run the Regency in the summertime, and obviously I can only take the boats out in the summertime. So I have something to preoccupy my time with outside of this. And then winter comes around, I put everything into storage, and I get kind of bored. But snowmobiles are pretty fun. I think that'd be great. No bugs in the winter, that's a big plus. I'm willing to deal with bugs, honestly, to have warm weather. I think Mavaruski's coming under the layout. hauling himself back off to bed. That or my sister got home, I don't know. No mosquitoes, that's a huge plus. I find towards the end of the summer, the skitters are not too big a problem. What are operations like on your layout? What industries does it serve? I think really the only main industry I can drop stuff. Well, actually, that's not true. We got Hershey's. That's the biggest industry in town, but it's not currently hooked up. But I've also got the Golden Valley Canning building, and then we've also got a brewery down there. I forget what the beer is. I think it's some German stuff. Mosquitoes suck. Yeah, I really don't like mosquitoes. I think the only thing I like less than mosquitoes is ticks. Those are the worst of the worst. I think in third place would probably be wasps. Wasps are definitely not as annoying. I don't know what brand that is. What are your favorite shows? Probably the Red Green Show, the Trailer Park Boys, Frasier. I'm missing a lot. I need to make a list of this stuff. All depends on who's biting. Wasps I like. Yeah, bees are no problem. The bees are not usually very territorial. Wasps are a little worse. The only thing I like about wasps is that they help get rid of mosquitoes. So even though I wouldn't consider them a friend, they do have a common enemy, which is nice. Trailer Park Boys is an absolute classic. Yeah, for sure. You have the beer name Lowenbrow on an HO scale model. Apparently so. I don't know a whole lot about that building, if that's an actual kit or if somebody just put that on there. I think my grandmother bought that for me when I got the layout. But when I got the layout, she had bought me a whole lot of used buildings. She had got me that one, this one. There's a couple other on the layout that she had bought. Do you have any Southern Railway locomotives, either diesel or steam? I think I do, yeah. There's one. Yellow jackets are Karens with wings. Yeah, no doubt. I had a pretty bad yellow jacket nest. There's this wall right around the entrance of the house, and it turns out they had actually built a nest. They had gone through a crack, and then they had dug out all the dirt behind it and stuff and built themselves this mega nest. And our gardener was out there. She had no idea, and I guess she was standing on the wall, and they went after her, and they actually followed her in the house, and we had to go around with fly swatters and get them all. But it's pretty bad because, you know, I've got the dog, the cat, and my grandmother's allergic to them. So I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna have to do something about this. So I at night went out to the wall and I disassembled it really carefully. and just smoked them out, and that worked really well. And then I dug the nest out, and I was like, I'm just gonna clean this up in the morning. But the great thing about nature is, you know, something else finds a way, right? So I don't know if it was raccoons or what came through in the night. The next day, all the nest and the paper and everything was gone. There were just little bits of paper. So some animal was really enjoying smoked wasp for dinner that night, but it was great. I didn't have to clean anything up. Temptations, there must be a lot of cats in town. This Nerf kitty. Does Nerf cat get along with the dog? I wouldn't say the cat likes the dog, but they're living together. They don't have any problems with each other. The dog is pretty good about respecting him. It's funny though, sometimes the cat will be almost a bit too comfortable around the dog and it freaks the dog out. Like this one day, my sister said she was out on the front porch and the dog was standing and the cat walked under him. Which, you know, I'm glad the cat's comfortable around him, but the dog was kind of looking like, whoa, what's going on? What's Nerf Cat's real name or his name? His house name is Suck. Can you run the N-scale layout? It's already going. Do you have any British locomotives in your collection? If so, which is your favorite? Probably the class 55. Yeah, I quite like this thing. Class 52, I guess. I wrote that on the bottom because I knew I was gonna forget. I'm really bad about remembering specific numbers, except years. I never forget the years of things. I don't know why. Somebody, I'm really bad about remembering people's birthdays, like, but if somebody said, even people we don't know, like people like my family doesn't know that well, if somebody said, what year were they born? I'd be like, oh, 1978. They're like, how do you remember that? I have no idea. I've made plenty of mistakes making my layout using Bachmann Easy Track. Well, I don't think building a layout using Easy Track is a really good long-term solution. I'm more thinking about if somebody wants to build a layout just to start off. I mean, it's not even really going to be a layout. It's more going to be like a piece of plywood with track on it, but a design that's fun to operate and that you can build using track you probably already have if you've bought a starter set. The wonderful thing about starter sets is almost every track brand has a conversion piece. So let's say you have power lock track and then you buy a train set and it has easy track. You can buy a conversion piece and use both together. I'm not sure if there's one to use easy track with Kato Unitrack, because again, if Kato Unitrack is code 83 and easy track is code 100, I don't know if there's a way to get them to work together. Like if there's a piece that would kind of act as a bridge between them, but I don't know. We'll have to see. If you don't have floor space, shelf layouts are always an option. That's what I did. Shelf layouts can be a terrific idea. I have nothing against them. The only thing I have against shelf layouts is, like, if you're in ops and you don't have a lot of room, perfect solution. You've got something that fits in a limited amount of space. But there's a lot of people out there, I would put myself in this group, who want to just run trains around. And if you have a point-to-point layout, you've got to always be monitoring your train. Like, you can't ever kind of just sit back and watch it, you know? So even a small loop of track, at least you can kind of leave it alone for a second if you want to. It's funny too. Some point-to-point layouts are really straightforward. Like like it would be like this layout, but it's only a foot wide. That kind of makes sense. But I've seen some point-to-point layouts where like the track kind of spirals like back and forth. It comes so close to itself, you could really easily add a couple switches and make it a loop. But there's some people that hate loops so badly that they would rather have a weird configuration of track, which is point-to-point, than having a loop. And I get the logic. It's because trains don't really go in circuits. They drop stuff off at one place and then they come back. It's a back and forth sort of motion. It's not a circular thing. But, you know, if you wanted to actually build a perfect point-to-point layout, the amount of space you would need, oh my goodness. Because most railroads are not, you know, a mile long. Like, you know, they go and go and go. Are you into history at all? Depends on what, but yeah, I would consider myself a history buff. I don't know. I got my mind on something, like with the Hershey factory, I dig deep into the history, or the Forest Fair Mall, I dig deep into the history, and always discover all kinds of interesting things about these places, or buildings, or locomotives, you name it. I'm thinking about actually doing some history videos on the channel. Because I kind of had fun making the brief history video about the Hershey factory, but I would like to do some kind of more in-depth history videos where I almost combine model railroading with history, where I tell a story using model trains. One thing I'm thinking about doing a video on is the near miss at Smith Falls. I'm sure almost all of you have probably seen this video. It was filmed in the 90s, and it's of this via train. It's coming barreling along, and there's a freight train in front of it going really slow, and the via train goes right up to it, and then it stops just in time. The driver bails from his cab and runs and falls over and stuff like that. Anyway, famous video, but I only live like an hour away from where that actually happened, so I could actually go to the location and film like what it all looks like now, and kind of tell the story, because you know, I'm friends with some historians who actually documented that whole thing, so I've got some good sources for information on it, and it'd be kind of cool to do a video on that. I don't think anybody has. I would watch that severely. Well, we'll see. That specific event is going to be... What? It happened in 1991. So next year, I think it's going to be the 35th anniversary. So that'd be in about February. So I'm thinking about trying to build it for that. What is code 83 and code 100 for reference? The track gauge? It's not the gauge as in the distance between the rails, but it is the gauge of rail. So it's just how thick, oh, my sister's home. It's just how thick the rails are. So code 100 is the thickest, then you've got code 83, and then there's another code below that, I forget what it is. Rail height in thousandths of an inch. That probably is the precise term for it. I've always just heard of it in terms of code this or that. I bought a Hornby Class 66 a while back directly from Hornby, and it was dead on arrival. I was wondering what common things would cause that and how to fix it. If it's okay if you don't know. Well, I can't identify for certain, but I have had that a couple times where I've had an engine that's dead on arrival. One thing is they didn't wire it right. There's a broken piece of solder or something inside it. Like one of the pieces of solder going to the motor. If one of those breaks, that can cause that. I think the more common issue is if an engine is brand new, but it's been sitting for a while. Sometimes the grease can dry out, and then you have a no-start situation. So I actually got a Bachmann Acela a few years ago, and it was brand new, and it didn't work right out of the box, and you could hear the motor humming, but it wouldn't move. So in that case, it's seized. You could have a bad circuit board if it has DCC. It could just be a defective board. That can happen every once in a while. That would probably be the three most common things I can think of. The train wreck scene from the movie The Fugitive was filmed on the Great Smoky Mountain Railway here in North Carolina. The two wrecked engines are still there. Okay, I remember watching that scene from the movie The Fugitive, and as a kid, I had never heard of the movie before. I didn't realize it was supposed to be comedic. So the first part of the movie, I was like, oh my God, this is about to be like a really gruesome scene. This is horrible. And then, the guy, I don't want to spoil it for people, but it goes from being a somewhat possible scene to really cartoonish. And it took me a while to realize like this is a joke. And then, I was laughing because it's just crazy what happens after that. If you haven't seen the Fugitive train scene, you should definitely look it up. It's pretty funny. I have a serious question. I've got a train that's from the 70s. It's a little bit beat up considering... well, the comment moved away. Considering painting it, do you have any suggestions? I don't feel like I'm the right guy to ask about painting stuff. I really am no expert on it. Didn't you crash the Acela at some point? Yeah, I accidentally drove it off the corner of the layout at high speed, and before that happened... a girl at a Halloween party actually threw it at that wall over there. So it's seen some tough times, but it still runs. I've been following you long before 5,000 subscribers. So happy to see how far the channel has come and how much it's grown. Genuinely awesome, man. Well, thank you for sticking around, because 5,000 subscribers, that would have been around 2019. So yeah, 6 years of viewership. So yeah, thank you very much for staying around that long. I know you've been asked this before. Where's Chloe tonight? Just at home. She works weekdays, so most of the live streams I do on the weekend feature her, but if I'm doing a weekday live stream, she's usually just at home. Code 100 usually runs best and is easiest to get. Code 83 is more realistic, so serious modelers use Code 83 or smaller, but there can be issue with smaller rails. Yeah, and that's the reason I use Code 100. Like, I get that Code 83 is more prototypical, but if you're somebody out there who wants to run older equipment, definitely go with Code 100. It's just nice having backwards compatibility. Like, I love that this layout can run a Scale Trains locomotive, and then I can be running a junky play art engine, and then next I can be running a locomotive from like the 50s, like this thing, you know. It's just, it's nice being able to run whatever you want. You should go to the Smith Falls Railroad Museum show next year. I would like to. I went there in 2022. That is kind of the infamously lost video because I edited all the footage together and then my computer's hard drive went bad and I lost all the effort. And I was so discouraged by that, I didn't really feel like taking all the footage and starting over. I think I still have the footage from that show, but I'm still too bitter about that. Harrison, if I'm saying this right, your YouTube channel was just for the Hiawatha until it became so much more. I'm just curious, what's your opinion on that? Yeah, I mean, it was an organic thing because, like, originally, if anybody doesn't know the story of how this channel started, it was basically I didn't know how to upload a photo to a website. I was trying to fix my grandmother's Hiawatha. I found a model railroading forum. It's one of those forums that has, you know, 2000s era technology where you have to upload the photo to like Flickr and then link it. I couldn't figure that out for the life of me, but I had already been running some small YouTube channels before, so I was like, I'll just make a video on it. And so originally the channel was just for kind of sharing the progress, but it's kind of like, oh, that was kind of fun. I guess maybe I'll make some videos about some other things I'm doing on the layout, and then I just kept making more of them. So yeah, it's funny that, you know, it wasn't started with the intention of making a channel about model railroading, but I think it's kind of cool that this engine is what started it all. What do you know? SMT has lost media. Yeah. Maybe in 2027, when that footage turns 5 years old, I'll dig it up and everybody will be like, where the heck did this come from? As a matter of fact, that's another video I still haven't done, is the OVAR flea market from 2023. Do you have a list of all your locomotives, or do you want one? I don't have a list categorizing all my locomotives. It would probably be a good idea to put one together, but I don't know. There's always so much stuff being added and then taken away. I just don't know. I feel like updating that, it would lag. What manufacturers do you recommend for looking for realistic HO scale vehicles? I can't remember all the brands off the top of my head. I know that Rapido has their own line of HO scale vehicles. They're pretty good. Walthers does too. I think they might just be called HO vehicles by Walthers or something. It's pretty generic. I think Woodland Scenics also makes HO scale vehicles. There's some other brands though. There's some German brands which are pretty popular. Herpa, that's a popular one. You see a lot of these, but there's another one I'm missing. This one's so generic, it doesn't even have a brand. You can just buy these things off Amazon. They're a dime a dozen. If anyone wants to share brands of HO vehicles they like, please feel free. That's all I can think of. What's a band or music group you can't stand to listen to? For me, it's the Beastie Boys. I like the Beastie Boys. I don't really like to be a hater, but probably Shawn Mendes, honestly. I find he sounds a little bit whiny. Thank you so much for the super chat, Front Range Hobbies. This guy needs some DRWG. Whoops. Actually, no, not Shawn Mendes, One Direction. That's the one. Harrison, can you run on a CSX intermodal with a Tropicana juice train? I don't think I have any Tropicana cars. What do you think the future holds for your channel? Do you have big plans for the channel? I do have plans for the future. As I was talking about earlier, I'm thinking about maybe starting up some history videos. There's definitely a lot of layout content I want to make. Probably, I think the unboxings and the repairs are going to continue. I feel like that's just such a staple of the channel. I don't think that that's going to go away. Same with the train shows and shop tours. As for big plans, though, I mean, if I end up moving out and have my own place, there's definitely a lot of things I could do that would probably give me a lot of freedom in terms of what I can create, because you know, I can kind of use more of the space the way I want it. So that's one thing that could be a major advantage. Trying to think of what else. Another idea I've had for the channel is actually opening up a train store that would be kind of associated with the channel, have its own retail location. That's another kind of dream I have. But it's really hard to say. I really don't know kind of what the future holds, especially just for the way the internet is shaping up right now. Like, as much as I love running the channel, I will say that in the last year, there has been a major shift. Like, I did the video about the AI content stealing videos, and I've been having a lot of copyright issues and stuff, so I don't know if that's going to start to sort itself out, but that's the main concern I think I have for the channel, honestly. I mean, it's not even just a problem for this channel, it's a problem for the space as a whole, but things are definitely shifting right now. I'd fly down to Canada if you had a store. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'd like to open a store. I think that it would have new models, but it would primarily focus on older equipment. What's the current status with the AI crap? Well, that channel that was taking content from all the channels in the community is still making videos, but none of them are about model trains. I guess the model railroad community attacked with so much force they just decided to quit. But it wasn't really that specific channel that I was worried about. It's more just the fact that this is something that might start to happen more often. There was also a TikTok channel that was stealing content. That seems to have quit, and I'll have to see what happens there. But yeah, I'm just not sure if we're going to see a ton more of that. I have a friend, he started his own train store at his house about a month ago. It's a creative idea. You have to be careful with that, though. I know somebody who did that, and I guess they had a nosy neighbor, and they actually called the city on them and got them fined for improper zoning. Harrison, if you had a store, I'd love to go to it. I think it would be better pricing on trains, and most people are not honest. You should really have a layout. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd want to make something that would be really friendly towards actually getting people into the hobby, and also something that's, you know, budget friendly. I mean, in terms of new locomotives, you know, there's kind of a set price, but for used stuff, you can find it cheap. So I feel like it would be possible to sell it at a good price, provided I don't have a facility. My friend lives in the country. Well, that's a good advantage. You'd think there'd be interest in putting an end to AI slop. It's starting to happen because there's new policy now about unoriginal content, which I think is subtly mentioning AI content. So I'm hoping that that's what they're going to go after. I don't think that they're going to remove videos. My guess is that they're just going to start demonetizing them, which, you know, obviously removes the incentive for a lot of these AI channels to steal content. But yeah, it's tough to say where it's all gonna end up. How do you get those amazing side-by-side videos of your layout like you did with the Coca-Cola Shikansen? Basically, I have two cars. One is tied to the train, and then the other is being pushed by a rod. And then the second car has the camera on it. That way it keeps pace with the train. It took me a really long time to figure that out. But I like the effect with it actually going along the track. Probably something that's going to be shown more. Have you been having trouble with copyright in music? Yeah, that was the other thing. There's been a lot of... it's usually on my older videos because I was worried this was going to happen even early on. But there's a lot of channels and they have royalty-free music. Well, they get this royalty-free music from music creators who allow you to use it royalty-free provided you credit it. The problem is there's a lot of channels that didn't provide credit to these creators, and so what's happening is they're signing deals with really shady basically copyright organizations, and these organizations are just blindly kind of flagging videos. So I had an older video of mine get flagged, and I checked out the claim. It said I didn't provide credit. I went into the description. I had provided all the credit. So I tried to reach out to the artist. They didn't get back to me, and I tried to dispute that. It was rejected. So I think what's going on is these kind of sketchy producing companies are just, they're making false claims because they can profit from it, even if it's not morally right. So that's another issue that's been going on. Anyway, it's not going to be a problem for modern videos because, you know, I'm either using stuff from the in-house library or it's from Universal, so that definitely helps a lot. But I feel really bad for a lot of smaller channels that are making that same mistake right now. Will the new Coca-Cola train make it through the mountainside of the layout? If the line was clear, it might be able to. That reminds me, I fixed up this German train. Let's try to run that. You should come down to New Jersey and see the CSAO operations. The crew is really friendly. I know some of them. That sounds like fun. Can we get the interurban running on the street loop? I wish I could. I actually tried that, and unfortunately it doesn't deal with the radiuses. I'm going to try to modify it over time to actually work on this, but at the moment doesn't function. And MRB7631, love seeing your videos, keeps me motivated to keep collecting and building my own layout with Lego trains. It's been long and expensive, but it's finally coming together. Keep being you, SMT. Well, thank you so much. It's kind of cool to actually hear about somebody who's inspired building Lego trains, because I don't even work on Lego trains, but I guess I can see how, I don't know, if you're building a layout with regular model trains, how Lego is, you know, it sort of fits in there a bit. It's like model railroading, just different realm. Harrison, do you wish to have a YouTube meet and greet somewhere? You don't have to answer, but I was curious. If I ever did a meet and greet, it would probably be either in Scranton or at Expo Rail in Montreal. I think I'll take the GO train off the main line. I'm going to see if we can get that whole German set going here. Camera's doing its whole tilting thing again. One of my friends at the train club, his son was all excited to be pulling a 53 car coal drag last week. I laughed so hard, I said, don't make me pull out my coal drag. They used to do, well, they probably still do, but at one of the train clubs I was at, they would have to take down the layout, so there'd be like a cleanup train just to kind of collect all the cars, and so they would go to every industry on the layout and just keep adding cars and cars and cars, and sometimes they would have consists about that long, about 50 or so cars. Now, I don't know a whole lot about this train. I think it's German. But I got this whole train, not just the engine, but the cars and everything, for essentially like $2.50, because they were in a box with a bunch of other things, and the whole box was $5. So if you divide it up, it was practically nothing, which is insane, because on eBay this would probably be worth, like, I'd say at least 150 bucks. But yeah, I was running it the other day, and I was actually impressed. The car in the back started working. I didn't even know it had lighting. I did have to do some repair work on it, but yeah. Do you play Roblox? I can't say I do. I was playing Roblox with my friend probably when I was about 9 or 10 years old. It was 2010 or 2011, but I've never played it since. Ed Bately Jr., thank you so much for the super chat. Could you do an IHC streetcar repair at some point? Yeah, I think so. I chased the Reading 2102 on Saturday to Scranton and back to Nishaogwin. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Can you run the Bombardier Talent on the trolley line? That's another one which I tried to do. The cars do not swivel enough. I'm quite impressed that the American is able to run well on it, though. I gotta say, despite this thing having some reliability issues, Bachmann actually did a pretty good job making sure it could handle tight radiuses. You try to slow down the trolley line. Probably can a little bit. These are both wired on the same circuit, so whatever this does, this will do as well. I'm thinking about making the trolley line a separate circuit and adding another controller amongst all this, just because there would be times where it'd be nice if I could run different speeds. Yeah, I don't know. It might be a bit too slow. Stalled out there. Yeah. Have you ever seen a model of a prototypically correct EMD DD35A? I don't know that I have. I've got the Athearn ones, but from what I understand, those were not accurate. Can you explain the importance of cleaning the commutator? Yeah, so cleaning the commutator does... Let me find a motor so I can kind of explain this a little better. Yeah, so this... the commutator is a very critical part of the motor because, I mean, it's where the brushes are actually giving power to the coils. So if this is dirty, like this one is, the brushes are not going to make great contact with this, and you're gonna the motor might run, but it's going to be kind of losing power intermittently. So it's not going to run as fast. It's not going to perform as well. That's problem number one. The second problem is these little tiny gaps on the commutator. The mica slots, if these get full of carbon from the brushes, which they do, because as this rotates, the brushes wear down, it causes a short circuit, so you're putting more strain on your controller. It's burning. And if you're really unlucky, it can actually damage the commutator, like the whole surface. So this is a bad commutator, and that's because that plate burned out of here. You see how the material is all, like, melted? Well, it might be hard to see. But, yeah, really critical part. It's not even just with model trains. Like, I've seen people doing videos on rebuilding old outboard starters, and they clean the surface of the commutator and stuff, but they don't check the brushes, and they don't clean the gaps and stuff, and then the motor doesn't run right, and they're like, oh, I guess it must be bad. It must have bad coils, and it's like, probably the commutator. It's always the commutator. I would say like 9 times out of 10 when a motor is having problems, the coils are completely fine. It's the commutator that's acting up. It's very rare. Like, I have some engines that have coils which are not in great shape, but they can run like that for an awful long time. I learned it's important to clean a commutator. I burned up a starter motor because of it. I'm surprised it's not something that manufacturers don't mention more. I even had a pencil sharpener. Well, it wasn't mine. It was my mom had this electric pencil sharpener, and it started smoking, and I opened it up, and lo and behold, it was the commutator. Cleaned it up. It's still working 7 years later. I think what fouls the commutator up the fastest too is when the motor is being run at a low RPM. And the theory I have is, you know, if you really just feed your engine's volts and you run this thing really fast, this is spinning at such a high RPM. I think the little fragments of carbon just sort of fly off and they don't get stuck in these gaps. But if you're running this thing really slow but with a lot of strain on it, you know, you're still wearing down the brushes, but instead of that high RPM kind of flicking the carbon away, it's just getting kind of pushed into those gaps. And then I think that is where it fails. So in the case of that pencil sharpener, that motor was always being run at a low RPM and being strained. It never had a chance to kind of clean itself. Because I've seen some old Tycos that were run hard, but the commutator doesn't look that bad. And I think it's just because it almost cleaned itself. What do you think of brushless motors on model trains? Maybe high torque brushless for extra heating. I don't know if any manufacturers use brushless motors on model trains, or if they do, I've yet to see one. I think part of that is because brushless motors are AC. I think all of them are AC, and model trains are typically DC, or if it's DCC, DC squared. So I guess the idea is that if you wanted to put a brushless motor in it, you would need to put a not a rectifier. I guess it would be the opposite of a rectifier. You would need something that converts the DC power to an inverter. That's what I was trying to think of. You need an inverter to get it to work right. I think regular DC motors are just a lot cheaper, so I think that's why manufacturers don't use brushless. But I would be curious to see how a brushless motor would perform, because without that failure point, you probably could get a lot more life out of a locomotive. And it would be more efficient, which would be great. Wouldn't that require 3 rails or more because brushless are 3-phase motors? I don't think it would, because the 3-rail AC phenomenon is more about I don't really know, actually. I don't know, because there are 3-rail DC locomotives. But I was gonna say it's for power isolation, because with Trix Twin Railway, that's how it works. But I'm not really sure why Lionel decided to go with 3 rails. Because 2 rails on a Lionel are doing the same job, so I don't really understand what the 3rd rail is there for, actually. There's got to be some logic behind it, but I don't think it's because it's 3-phase. I think it's more of a cost thing. As for Lionel, though, I mean, Lionel uses AC power. Their engines still have brushes in them, so. I don't know if this, if the Unstoppable engine hit something, but it somehow just shed its handrails. That's kind of weird. O scale, 3 rail, the middle is positive and both outsides are negative. Yeah, so I understand that part. The thing I'm wondering is why they couldn't have just made it 2 rails. If you have 2 negative rails and 1 positive rail, why couldn't you just have a positive and a negative rail? Like I'm not understanding why they decided to add a 3rd rail if there's only 2 types of power. There's got to be a reason behind it. I don't think all these Marklands are the same way. They're HO scale, but they use 3 rail. And if they were isolated from each other, that would make sense, because that's what Trix did, and I think that's what Hornby Double O did. But I don't recall any Lionel engines being like that. I think the 3rd rail is because it's German and their engineering is too advanced. I mean, it's not even impossible that it was just for better electrical reliability. Not the 777. Do you recognize the paint scheme on the Canadian Pacific Kansas City locomotives? Well, they look a lot like AWVR. A lot of people are saying, I don't understand why Canadian Pacific Kansas City, why the back of the engine's black with a yellow stripe. But if you move this yellow stripe back and then just write Canadian Pacific Kansas City on the side and the front, like, they totally took AWVR's paint scheme. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I didn't hit another horse trailer. I hope not. I'm surprised that you're still live. Well, the thing is, my parents are out of town at the moment, so there's nobody to keep awake. So I can kind of just keep running the live stream as late as I want. The 3rd rail, according to a source and Train magazine, was added to limit loop around shorts. You could have an engine run in the same direction regardless of the polarity. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So if you rotate the engine around and you have one rail which is positive and the other's negative, I guess with AC that would change the direction it would go. Although AC doesn't flow in one direction, like you have a positive and a negative side, but it's flowing back and forth, so I don't know. I'm confused. I'm too tired to, to figure this out. There's gotta be a way. Conrail or no rail? Conrail, I guess. Not all paint schemes are perfect, but if you're looking at the 1960s Union Pacific and the late 70s Union Pacific, the HO models from Tycho, Bachmann, and Lifelike, they are a bit realistic. I guess it depends. Can you run the XT60F? What 440 is it? Baltimore and Ohio. See if I can get a trolley going on that line. I see that your huge 1950s lot from 2 years ago has 4 million views. Certainly a lot of people like that video. No wonder it is your most viewed video on the channel. I never thought that that video was gonna be big. I mean, I loved unboxing that lot, but I don't know, like, a lot of the engines in it are not very, like, colorful. Like, they don't really pop. So, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like the kind of video to me that would, like, be that popular, and yet it's, become a staple on the channel. The trolley must have derailed somewhere. Yeah, that and the, Deja Vu video. Never thought that was gonna be big. Nice hoppers, by the way. Are those RBMN? They look like the same ones I got from a train show a few weeks ago. If RBMN is the style, I wouldn't know. If it's the manufacturer, Walthers. What's the weirdest train you own? I think at this point it's probably the new Coca-Cola Shikansen. You can make the Lionel train connect back onto itself without any short because the negative hot rail would not be the opposite. For like a reversing loop. That would make sense. Yuri Hakawana is such a clever nickname for that Bachmann GP50 repaired 2 years ago. I don't think I was the one who came up with that. I think it was a comment, but yeah, I love that name for it. That burned up on a live stream for some of you who might remember. And it was running fine too. Usually an engine, before it burns up, it slows down or something. It shows symptoms of an overheat. That thing was just full sending it, and then within about 20 seconds, it was burning up and smoking out the basement. It's the only time after, you know, 15 plus years of working on model trains I've ever seen one fail like that. I think I know. I don't think it did derail. I think it was just running around, and I guess the motor must have had an underlying issue. I don't know if I was running it under too much, like the train was too long, but yeah, very strange failure. Did you perform an autopsy after the fire? Well, I rebuilt it, but I never got to the bottom as to what exactly caused that. It's usually what causes a motor to fail is there's some kind of stress on the drive. Like, a lot of people point to voltage as being something that can cause a motor to fail, and if you're adding more voltage and then there's a problem, your risk is worse. But like, I've seen motors take over voltage for hours and be fine. But if a motor is being strained, like it can't run at a proper RPM and the current draw is high, it will fail within a matter of 30 seconds. But that one wasn't showing high current draw, at least I didn't notice, so it was a weird case. Tell us which live stream that happened. I can't remember. I think that was in 2023 or something. It was a while ago. If you look up the video about the, I think the video is titled Why 90s Bachmann Locomotives Fail. It does include the clip from the live stream where it burned up though, so it is viewable. The only thing that kind of sucks about that is that the bit rate was really bad. My Wi-Fi was having problems that night, and so the quality of the live stream is so bad, it's really tricky to see if it had already been burning up earlier. It's not obvious watching the video. If I remember right, the coils were bad. The coils on the motor were bad, but they had also destroyed the springs and the brushes, I believe, or at least the springs had melted. So originally I had thought there had just been like a jam and maybe that had caused it, but then I rebuilt it and it burned up a second time. So then that's when I realized the coils had gone bad, which is pretty rare. Motor failure from drag. Older Athearn motors were bad for that, especially the ones with the solid magnet. As in the magnet was sticking to the not the commutator, but sticking to the armature. I have a vintage HO scale layout, 1940 to 1970, with engines in rolling stock to figure and buildings. I truly want to thank you for giving me inspiration. I'm glad to hear that. What time for you? For me, it's 11:39. It's the same time here, Eastern Standard Time. People are saying beer train. Was that what this is? Yes, the magnet would drag on the armature, causing the motor to overheat. You might be right about that. That's really the only theory that actually makes sense. Out of curiosity, what is that orange and silver locomotive pulling the passenger cars? I don't know very much about it. I got it for $2.50 at a train show almost 5 years ago, and I think it's German, but I don't know that for sure. It could be Austrian or something else. Hello SMT, this is the first time I've been on a live stream in a while. I moved to the UK, so it's a bit harder to watch. Oh, well, welcome back. I've noticed a lot of Athearn motors are loud. Even high-end Athearn motors seem to have issues when it comes to noise and smoothness. I haven't had that problem as much on modern Athearns, but yeah, a lot of older Athearns have that problem. I have a couple theories about that. I think the first thing is that Athearn Blue Box motor mounts notoriously melt or warp, so the motor might not be secure, which allows it to kind of shake around. The other thing that I think happens is because the flywheels are sleeved onto the motor using plastic, I think over time the plastic can warp, and so the flywheel is slightly uneven, which causes it to kind of like move around like this, and that can cause vibration. Because it definitely sounds like a vibration issue. I bet if you removed the flywheels off an Athearn locomotive, it would be a lot quieter. That's the thing about the blue boxes. They're loud. They're not very efficient. They're not even very good looking from a detail standpoint, but they're readily available. They're cheap, and they're really reliable, so... And they're easy to modify. That's another huge benefit. And find parts for. You want to know something rather amusing? When IHC installed separate handrails on the Pacifica and Mikados around 1996, they kept the molded handrails in the body shell. I wonder why they would do that. Athearn Ready to Roll is basically an upgraded blue box. The Genesis motors are slightly better in my opinion. I like upgrading my Athearns to Canon motors. I've seen that in a couple of them before. Yeah, that is the one thing I really like about the Ready to Roll Athearns, is that instead of using those weird motor mounts that kind of grip the chassis, they actually use screws. It just seems like a much more serviceable and reliable setup. I'm pretty sure you can add them on old blue box engines because it's essentially the same design. I think the favorite model I have right now is my Walther's Mainline SD70. Lots of detail, it looks really good. Yeah, I find those usually run pretty well too. They're quiet, and I don't think I've personally had any reliability issues with a trainline locomotive. Do you know the next time you'll have a live stream? I'm not entirely sure. I absolutely love taking trains apart and putting them back together without being able to stress the plastic. Yeah, for sure. The Athearn parts, to their credit, at least for the parts you have to pop off, I don't think I've ever had any of them break. But yeah, I way prefer when things have screws holding them together. I found two things cause the infamous Athearn motor growl. The motor mounts not holding the motor center floppy, loose drive shafts. I try to replace the mounts with the Ready to Roll version with the screws. Is your layout hodgepodge, or is there a specific area you like to model after? It's basically hodgepodge, but I like to imagine it takes place in 2007 in a really eccentric town where a lot of people drive classic cars and stuff around. A lot of the buildings are all from different eras. Like you can see, this is, I don't know, 1900s to like kind of turn of the century style buildings, I'd say, along this row right here. And then you've got your supermarket. That's pretty 70s looking in my opinion. That house, I feel like probably would be about 90s, early 2000s. That's where I would place it roughly. Maybe some will disagree on that, but I don't feel like the buildings all being different eras is an unrealistic thing. I've heard some people say that, if you're modeling a layout, you're supposed to have buildings that match the era. And yeah, I'd agree that maybe having like a 16th century castle on your layout might look a little weird if you're in the modern era. But a lot of towns, especially in the US and Canada, I find you see towns where the buildings are all, from the turn of the century. And then right beside that, you've got a supermarket, which is newer, and then houses that are brand new. So I don't consider that really a problem. The amount of old cars on the layout definitely does kind of contradict the date, though. I just like hyper era models. I mean, I understand for somebody who's trying to model something specifically why having strip malls and gas stations and things like that is really realistic, but I don't really like modern buildings that much. I find a lot of them, they're just generic. You drive along the highway and it's like you're just seeing the same thing over and over and over again. Whereas if you go to a town that got older buildings, they definitely have a lot more character to them. So that's something that I appreciate about them. My layout is just gonna have buildings that I think look cool. Does your town have a name? Yeah, it's this section is called Dunderville. A mix of new and old buildings is very true to reality. Yeah. I do find it interesting when people take old model kits, though, and modernize them. I've seen some people do that with the KFC kit, where they kind of have a modern take on it. That stuff I find sort of fascinating. The layout gives me a 90s vibe. I feel like it could pass as that. Some of the... actually, I feel like all the cars... There's maybe a couple cars that are later than the 90s, but most of them would be pre-90s. I feel like you could pass having some 70s cars in the 90s, too. Like, you think about, like, a 1975 car in 1990, that would only be... what, 15 years old? My grandfather scratch built a lot of buildings on his layout. It's hard to tell that it's not all prepackaged kit, especially his grain facility. It can be a very rewarding process, scratch building. I mean, a lot of the buildings on my layout, almost all of them, as a matter of fact, were either built from kits or they were just bought whole. But in the case of the Hershey factory, I didn't have that option. There's no build your Hershey Canada Smith Falls operation kit. So I actually had to go out and find the materials to build it and stuff like that. But Yeah, I will say, as much as parts of it were a pain, I did learn a lot along the way of scratch building, and I am tempted sometimes to actually scratch build some other buildings. Well, I probably will with the construction of Forest Fair Mall. The basement is such a cool and peaceful place, a serenity cave, if you will. Yeah, for sure. The one thing I like about the basement is that it's a very consistent environment. It doesn't matter if the weather's bad outside or if it's freezing cold or something. It's like it kind of just remains the same down here. So that is one thing that is great about model railroading, is it's like, I love boating. Like, I have other hobbies, but you know, those are conducive to the weather and timing and stuff. This is something you can just kind of pick up where you left off. You can let your layout sit for a week and resume, or you can leave it for 20 minutes and come right back to what you were doing. SMT, what do you think of the new Acela? Will you try getting the Bachmann set? I don't have too many thoughts on the new Acela. I don't know. I'm not super interested in it. I don't think I'm gonna order one, honestly. Same thing with the Chargers. I don't know. The engine that I am thinking about pre-ordering, though, is Rapido's P32s. Torrential rain outside, peaceful running trains inside, a fantastic idea. Yeah. You run some N-scale stuff. I do have one N-scale train operating. That thing's been super reliable. Do you have any O or N-scale trains? I've got the N-scale train, which I was just running. I do have some O-scale stuff. It's over... I'll give you a bit of a tour of the O-scale collection, actually. This was my very first O-scale locomotive. I found this thing at a hobby shop a few years ago. I think it's a Hudson. Pretty nice engine. I bought it in non-working order. I had to do an E-unit bypass on it, but other than that, it's been fairly solid. And this is probably the newest O-scale engine I have. It's a Bachmann Williams P32. Not the most realistic model, but it's something that I really wanted to have. It's sound equipped, pretty nice engine from that standpoint. Then we got this big guy. I think it's a GP9. This belonged to a family friend who actually, I guess he got it brand new in the 50s or 60s, and then he put it into storage for about 55 years, and then say maybe about a year ago, he gifted me the set, and this thing came back to life with pretty minimal effort. And this was another one out of his collection right there. Same thing, started right up. Very tough as the post-war Lionels are. And then over here, this was a engine I found at an antique store. I think it's 90s era Lionel. So I think this qualifies as modern era. Kind of a cool piece. And finally, I think it's here. Yeah, got the old GG1, and there go the pantographs. I found this at the same antique store as that. And what's cool about this thing is that it's number 2332. And what I didn't know at the time when I bought this, and I don't think the seller knew this either, this is a very rare model because they only made them for a couple of years. It was like the first run of the Lionel GG1. The ones that followed were a different number, but from what some other people have told me, it has a red motor, and apparently that's the red atomic motor, which was actually a sales demonstration model, and so they were supposed to have thicker coils and stuff so that they could be run for more hours. So if what I've been told is true, not only is it a rare model because of the number, but it also is a rare model because it has the atomic motor. So a lot of collectors, after I bought that thing, again, I had no clue I was buying any of that, were saying you walked into gold. The majority of the locomotives you have are DC. Do you see yourself adding DCC decoders in the future? Probably not, to be honest. I mean, there are some engines that I've added DCC to because it's better for running them at like club layouts and things like that. But the thing is, I find decoders are very sensitive things, so you have to do a lot of work to the engine. Like if you have an engine that has slightly high current draw, it's probably not going to hurt it. But if you add a decoder to that, it might hurt the decoder, so that's one problem. And you also need to sort a lot of electrical issues, because if there's the slightest short on DC, you're not going to notice it in the performance of the engine. It's just going to be like, short, gone, you know? But if you have that problem with DCC, it reoccurs. So it's a lot of effort, I find, converting engines over. And it's also expensive. Like if you have... A lot of my older DC engines are not worth more than $20, and a decoder in Canada is worth about $30 brand new. So you'd basically be putting the value of the engine into itself. So there are some other engines I probably will add DCC to again, just so I can take them to a train club, but in terms of converting more of the collection over, I don't know. I think I'll just leave most of them DC. Can you show your N-scale collection? Yeah, sure. I'll kind of tell some stories about some random ones. This I found at a train show for $5 in a junk lot. I think I did a live stream where I actually got that one up and running again. Let's see. This was another train show find. A lot of these are just from eBay lots over the years. There's not really anything too special. A few of the other ones, like the Norfolk and Western back there, was sent in from a subscriber. I think this was also sent in from a subscriber. This was David ZDG scale. I believe that this was he's a guy from Wisconsin there. He has two names online. I'll come back to that. I'm trying to remember where I got this from. I'm not sure. This one right here, I actually bought at a local hobby shop, brand new. And the same visit where I bought this one, a guy came back to the hobby shop, and I guess he had bought this engine. It didn't work out of the box. The hobby shop didn't want to deal with it, and so they actually just gifted me the engine. So this has never run. This is a brand new engine which has never worked out. So that's going to be a future project. This right here is actually a the first new N-scale engine I had ever bought. It was at the same hobby shop I got these two at. And there's Quebec and Gatineau. I have the HO model of this as well. This one I got at a train show for $5. It was completely junked, and I managed to get that working again. Now these two locomotives right here are kind of interesting because these actually belong to my uncle on my dad's side. So my dad was in a HO, my uncle was into N-scale. So he had this locomotive, which is an old Bachmann, and then he also had this Canadian Pacific with a, I think it's a lifelike drive inside of it. My uncle wasn't really into model trains the same way my dad was. Like, he liked them, but he was more into like building the scenery and stuff. So that's why he was in N-scale. He liked to build mountains and stuff, and the train was kind of just an accessory, like a car or anything else. But it's kind of cool that, you know, it's still in the family. This one right here, I think, was featured in a recent short. This was another train show find. Funny story with this. This was never featured in any of my videos, even though I did a haul. So I'd gone to the train show, I'd found this thing. The guy, I think, only wanted $20 for it, which I felt was a very good price for something like this. So anyways, I buy it, and at that same show, there were these guys from a train club, and they knew my channel and stuff, and they said, do you want to, you know, run some trains on the layout? And I hadn't brought anything, but I had just bought this, and they were running N-scale, so I was like, oh, can I run my new, you know, interurban? And they're like, yeah, of course. So I ran this thing around for a couple hours, and at the end of the show, I thought I had packed it away, but I got home and it was gone. And I thought I must have forgot it at the show. I just figured that was that. Months later, I was cleaning out the car, and on the drive back, it had somehow just shimmied its way under the car seat. And so I found the engine, and I felt stupid because I had already made the video, even though I still had this. But yeah, it reappeared. So this is another piece of lost media. This right here is, of course, out of that train set. That a while back. There's the famous O-scale locomotive that ran between the two tracks. I think in a few live streams back, I was running that thing on the HO layout again. It was funny because there were some people who are not familiar with the channel, so they hadn't seen that video and they thought it was AI. And I could kind of see how somebody could conclude that, just because you have a train which is out of scale running on two sets of tracks that kind of looks like something that AI would generate. But it was just funny, people being like, oh, I'm so tired of this AI garbage. And I'm like, well, sorry you don't like the video, but it's not AI. Thank you so much for the super chat, Brian. Love the channel. I've been following for a long time. Channel's really growing. Yeah, for sure. The last few months, it's just been booming along. Kato RDC, yeah. An auto rack with Homer on it. I feel like there were pictures of that online. Electric Railway Productions. Thanks for the membership there. Can we see what the fire department's like? Yeah, sure. I'll remove this so get a bit of a better look here. Some of the almost all the fire vehicles except this one are European. I'm guessing they're all German. I don't know. But I got them for free in some sort of lot, so on the layout they went. Let me see the river. Sure. Is the house from A Christmas Story? It's not. I could see how you could. It does look kind of similar though, with the green windows and yellow trim. Some details that I feel like are probably not often shown on the channel. I got like a pontoon, which has just been parked up here. Some different canoers, a paddle boarder. One problem I've been having though with the Woodland Scenics water is for whatever reason it has never fully cured, and so every few months I need to pull out the figures because the boats just keep sinking into the epoxy. And I mean, like I think I poured this in 2023 or something like that, so I'm really surprised that by now it wouldn't have fully cured. Very odd problem. I don't know if anybody else has had that issue, but yeah. In Wakefield, Quebec, the rail trail still has the rail crossings. Well, I don't think Wakefield has taken out its rail. I was up there a couple months ago and all the track was still intact. Nice model of a boat. We got lots of boats on the layout. We got a speedboat with the Evinrude V4. And some other outboard powered boats. How big is the layout? I think it's 4x16. I wonder if the residents of Denverville ever get tired of the constant rail traffic shaking their foundations. I don't know who the name of the account was, but when I did the video adding the road on here, somebody had made up some lore that the reason this house on, they called it Lancaster Street, was abandoned was because they got too frustrated with the noise of the trains and decided to leave town. Unfortunately, before they left, they forgot to remove Christine. Deepest lore. I just like that they gave the road a name and everything. Like, of all the comments, I just thought it was hilarious that they're like, the old man who lived on Lancaster Street left his house after the first light. Is this whole story. Do you remember the I Like Trains kid? Yeah, everybody remembers that. People in when I was in high school made fun of me for that because they knew I was like trains. And they'd be like, Harrison, say I like trains. So they wanted to hear somebody who liked trains say that. It was a never-ending joke. I like the house you have next to the red car. It's completely abandoned and kind of creepy. Yeah. I love a good lore story. I don't know if other schools did this, but when I was in elementary school, there was this woman that would come in during the lunch hour and just kind of watch over the class. But something she did to kind of make it more entertaining is she'd get a story started, and then, you know, each person would get to add their own part onto the story. Sometimes it was fun, but sometimes it would also get pretty boring. And I used to kind of, I wouldn't cause trouble, but I would kind of guide the story in a silly direction. Like, I don't know, something would be really serious, and they'd say you were in an abandoned house. The door was creaking, and you know, of course, you're supposed to say a monster or something was behind it, but then I'd come up with something ridiculous like, you open the door and Mr. Clean is there to help you clean up the place. And then, of course, the next person, since he had shifted the narrative to something sillier, the story would just go off the rails every time. I don't think she appreciated me doing that, but I always got a kick out of that. Jersey Bill, thank you for the super chat. This makes $10 for the start of the SMT mainline store. Should get you a welcome mat. Welcome to SMT Incorporated, courtesy of Jersey Bill. I'm essentially building a Halloween-themed town. I feel like all my inhabitants of the town are going to be monsters. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. I would say something like it's a ravioli commercial behind the door. But that's a perfect example. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you guide what's supposed to be a serious story kind of off the rails. Have you ever been to Toronto? I have been to Toronto. I haven't been in a long time. I think the last time I was actually there on vacation was probably 2006 or something like that. We used to have friends who lived in downtown Toronto, but then they actually ended up moving here, so we stopped heading up there after that. Thunderville is probably a great place for rail fans. There's a ton of rail traffic. There's a ton of rail traffic, and there's a real variety of trains. I mean, what kind of rail fanning location are you going to get to see 777 being passed by some sort of German express train? If the chat's making lore behind Dunderville, can the N-scale and other scale layouts behind it be considered a small island nation with the most lax rail gauge standards? I guess so. I don't know, for them I guess it would be another planet. That would be a funny thing. If humans ever find another planet, but it's like a miniature version of Earth with, I don't know what the scale difference between HO and N scale is, but maybe it's half. Yeah, so it'd be like if we found a version of Earth and it's half the size. Surrounded by another world that's the size 2 times than whatever G scale is, yeah. Have you ever seen T-scale trains? I have seen T-scale at a couple train shows. I'd be curious to buy a T-scale train set just to say I've tried it, but I've got to say, from seeing it at train shows, I don't really get it. I get N-scale. You can still see like the buildings and everything like that, but I feel like after a certain, like I feel like after Z-scale, the trains are becoming so small that unless you have really good vision and are really close, you're not even going to be able to see the detail. Like, I feel like you could just set up a terranium and have a bunch of ants run like around like a line and have the same effect at that point. It's really expensive too. I think the only place you could justify having T-scale is like, I don't know, if you're living in like a Tokyo apartment and you can only build a layout that's like, you know, this big, maybe then it would be good. But I feel like for most people, even if you're limited on space, N-scale could get the job done pretty well. T-scale is for people who have like Spider-Man vision. I don't think I'd ever want to work on a T-scale locomotive. I feel like the drive components would be so sensitive and tricky to work with. It wouldn't even be worth it. I feel like if you broke something on it, good luck. Do you remember when Renfrew, Ontario had railroad tracks back in 2009? I do remember that actually, because I have an uncle that lives around there. And I remember going on a trip with the family and seeing a bunch of tracks in that area. There's still an old caboose in the town. I actually might be going up that way pretty soon because one of my friends has family around there, and they've decided to give her the family boat, and she wants me to go with her to go bring the trailer back because she's never owned a boat before, and she's, I don't know, kind of concerned about hauling the boat back, so that should be fun. Isn't T-scale operated by magnets under the layout, or am I thinking about something else? There are train sets that work that way, but I think T-scale does run on actual tracks. I did see this one guy, though. He was 3D printing the set, and it was 1 in 1,000 scale. And the trains didn't run on a track, but they kind of ran on a track in the sense that there was like a, it wasn't a magnet, but there was, I guess you could describe it as almost like a chain under the layout. And so the trains, you would kind of insert them into sections of the chain, and then you could build a train and you could run that around. I should have taken a video at the show. I didn't think about it at the time, but if I ever see that guy again, definitely include his project in a short, because he's actually trying to develop that into a product. What if somebody sends SMT a 1-to-1 scale locomotive to repair? A few years ago, somebody from the Bytown Railway Society, which is part of Science and Tech, sent me an email, and they said, come here, and instead of fixing 1 in 87 scale engines, you can work on some 1-to-1 scale engines. Thank you so much for the $27.99 super chat, Mr. B7631. If you ever get out to Alberta, make sure to see the rail museums out here. We're fortunate enough to have several Operation Heritage diesels like CN number 9000 and a handful of operable steam locomotives like Canadian Pacific's 2816. Yes, I would definitely like to see 2816 at some point. I really would love to visit Alberta again. I have been there once. It was very brief. I was traveling across country with a friend, and we had some other friends who were they had a place in Alberta, so we stopped there. We stayed the night, and the next morning we hit the road. But I was able to go to Trains and Such, which was a terrific store. Got to say, all the Albertans that let us stay over there, really nice people too. They should run it again, just not to Mexico. Yeah, it was not the most successful journey, that's for sure. Canadian Pacific Kansas City has 2816 in storage at their headquarters here in Calgary, indoor climate-controlled storage. It's great to hear. All the people I've ever talked to about steam locomotives say that climate control is so important for storing a steam engine. They're like, the second moisture starts to get inside things, that's where you get components rusting, or in really bad cases, you know, things freezing off and actually cracking. Oh, that's a funny one. Derailed at just the right moment to knock this thing off the track. Uh-oh. I wonder if that will derail itself over there. Hey, it did. Gotta love it. Climate control is 100% one of the best things for steam. The live steamer we have in Manitoba. It's in a great facility just built for it. It's like one of the things, because like with the local steam train we have right here, the Wakefield train, there's been talk about moving that engine to Wakefield, and to some extent I support that project, because I think bringing rail back to Wakefield would be a good cause. But the problem I have with the project is that they don't have any plan to actually store the engine indoors. They want to throw it on the turntable. Whereas having it in Gatineau, even though the facility is not in great shape, I don't know how great the climate control is. At least it's not in a damp environment. So it'd be great if they could at least keep it in like a basic shed. I mean, again, proper climate control would be way better, but I don't think there's anything worse for a steam engine than just letting it sit outdoors where water can get inside it, especially in Canada where you have really cold winters, because second water gets inside something, it ruins it. What are your thoughts on the Ocean Gate thing? I mean, I feel like that all happened a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, but like, over a year ago. Just really silly negligence. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I'm not an engineer, but I think any person with common sense would say that, taking a window which is only rated for so much pressure above the rated pressure is a stupid idea. Like, bad planning, and unfortunately, the price was paid for that. Has that mountain been named? I don't think it has. If I wanted to go to the Titanic, it wouldn't be in a Chef Boyardee can. Well, especially since, like, when James Cameron made the movie Titanic, like, that was back in the 90s they were filming that, and the technology looked way better. So how can something almost 30 years later be worse? Like, it just doesn't make sense. There was a lot about that submarine that seemed dumb too. I mean, again, I'm no engineer, but having like a Bluetooth controller to power it, I'm like, I hope they even at least had replacement batteries. Like, just having a wireless controller itself seems like a bad idea. It's like, you ever have like a Bluetooth speaker that just doesn't connect? Can you imagine you're like miles underwater and you're trying to use a Bluetooth controller to get yourself back up? Like, just really bad planning. How many cabooses do you have in your collection? I'd say about 30. What kind of cabooses do you have in your collection? I think the majority of them are just kind of meme cabooses. So, like, I've got yeah, Golden Eagle, the Canadiana, Spirit of 76, that kind of stuff. And then some other ones like the chassis system, like a lot of old Tyco cabooses. And then I think in terms of modern ones, I've got Canadian Pacific, a Canadian National. It's about... that's kind of what comes to mind, but I feel like I've got to have some other ones. I've got a couple bobbers as well. You run a cab forward. I don't know if the cab forward is working. I should test it. It'd be good to know if that's something I should be trying to fix. Every eBay lot comes with cabooses. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Maybe I did fix this. Okay, so that right there is no bueno. There is power in the track and it's not moving, so not really sure what I did here. Yeah, weird. So at one point, some stuff had separated on this locomotive, and I thought that it was still broken like that, but at some point I fixed it, and there's some soldering. It looks like I did do some work on this, but yeah. But it doesn't want to start. Put it on the same terminal and we'll see if it's shorted or something like that. See it. Oh, that's interesting. Have the wheels like that. When the wheels are off the track, it runs, but then when I put them on the track, it doesn't run. Could it be that this is rotated around? Ah, that's what's going on, I think. Oh, no. What the heck happened to this? Remember the Ottawa Central Railroad? I do remember the Ottawa Central. By the time I was older, it technically was defunct, but the engine still had the same paint scheme. I don't think that this is the same tender that this locomotive came from. I'm pretty sure this was off a Big Boy that I had bought, which also came with the wrong tender. So I don't know if I was the one who melted this or if it was already like this and I didn't notice, but Like, it looks like this shorted really bad and got so hot it actually melted the entire truck. And these are, you know something? This is melted too. Better call Mako. Sort of concerned about this, actually. I'm just surprised that, I mean, again, it's possible that this tender already had this problem, but I'm just surprised that, like, if it was able to get this hot, that the controller wouldn't have burnt up, or the breaker wouldn't have gone off. It's like something would have to be shorted for an awful long amount of time for it to actually melt wheels like that. Like, that is something that really got damaged. Remember when Pluto was a planet? I still believe it's a planet. I can't remember if I was around when Pluto was declared a non-planet. I honestly think at this point that this tender might just be complete and utter write-off. I mean, I don't even think that this was the right tender, but this is pretty bad right here. Let's see if there's any damage inside here. I'm amazed that this thin wire was able to handle enough current to actually melt trucks like that. Well, I think that those wheels are probably beyond the point of saving, so I'm just gonna scrap these parts, and at least we'll have some free Rivarossi wheels. Doesn't really matter how we disassemble this at this point. How many locomotives do you have? I would say about 600. Seems like some of these wheels got like all melted as well. Wow. So out to the bin those go. As for this thing, unintentional disassembly, and more like a core meltdown. Just trying to think if I have a tender we could at least test this with. Do you think DCC drop? Well, this isn't a DCC engine, so I don't think that that would have been what caused this to go all weird. So I could just grab a wire and we could just see if this engine even runs. I'm really having a tough time telling, like, I don't remember doing the repairs on this and an axle backwards. Well, yeah, that definitely was the case. One of them was the wrong way around, but the fact it got melted like that, like, you know, usually when I test an engine out, I run it, and if there's high current draw, I shut it off right away. So I don't think I would have just left it sitting on the track, just roasting out like that. At least Bachmann doesn't melt like that. Well, that did happen once. Okay, I got some wires, so at least we can see if this has been fixed. The green and white Southern engine a project unit? No, it runs. Somebody earlier was just asking if I had a Southern unit. Okay, let's see if this goes. Actually, I'm just gonna stop the other train so that it doesn't crash into this while we're trying to test this whole thing. Okay, so I did fix the engine at some point because there was a previous live stream where those two parts separated. So I don't know what the heck happened to that tender in between whenever I did that work and then, but yeah, it's a little bit concerning. It sounds like SMT needs a hot box detector. Apparently so. So I'm just gonna have to locate another Rivarossi tender, or at least a replacement truck, but I think I'll do that. And if I decide to reuse this whole tender right here, I think what I'm gonna do the next time is just put a screw somewhere here just so that the trucks can't rotate around and do that again. Because that is pretty bad. What if the auto address exists if Ottawa Central goes out of business? Well, I don't remember really what the story with Ottawa Central is. I know CN ended up buying them out, but I I think that they still had trackage up to, not Renfrew, but something to 4. They had a line that which it went from Ottawa or kind of around the outside of the city, then it crossed over into Quebec around Norway Bay. It headed up to Fort Collonge, and then at Fort Collonge it crossed over a bridge back into Ontario. I don't think the trains would exist if Ottawa Central had stayed in business. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't even know if CN is still running anything in and out of the Walkley yards, because I know that years ago they would have about 1 train a week. But I mean, that was like 2017. So I don't know how much activity there is or isn't around there these days. Well, anyway, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, so I think I'll finish off the live stream. But thank you all so much for joining in. As usual, I had a lot of fun running all the different types of trains and chatting with all of you out there, and I hope you all enjoyed as well. And I'm going to try to figure out something for this whole tender situation so we can get that working a little bit better. I mean, the engine seems to run just fine. It's just that tender that somehow got all messed up, so it should be very doable to get that going again. But until that point, thank you all so much for joining in this evening.